Okay. Okay. Are we live? I think we're live now. Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of The Mighty Noticing. I'm your host, Wrath Bong Hole. No relation to Dan. So Tel Aviv is getting its cheeks clapped right now. There's a lot of stuff to cover. Unfortunately, so is Tehran. It looks like they're really ratcheting up these strikes, going back and forth. And so if you are a fan of missile prawn, well, we've got the stream for you. There is a lot of that in what I'm about to show you. So don't forget to tap that like and subscribe to the page. I appreciate you all so much. And I'm going to pull up my Twitter page and we'll get started. Oops, that's not my Twitter page. That is definitely not, but also that is the Al Jazeera reporting on the fact that Hezbollah has joined the war against Israel. They've been firing at Israel from the north. Iran's firing at Israel from the east. It's a tough day for the Chosenites in the Promised Land. Whew. Boom, boom, tell a thief. Tell a thief. Tell a thievin'. What's up, Saeed? Hello, Feshkalicious. Hello, The Crow. Hello, Super Garble. Thank you, MDMA. Thanks to the first super chat, Micros112. Appreciate you. Trillions spent and thousands of lives ruined for what? More people should be enraged. I agree. You know, I survived COVID, and all I got was this lousy pedo war. But, yep, that's right. They're doing the bomb shelter shuffle over there in Tel Aviv. All right, let me switch over to my Twitter. I have been just I'm a reposting fiend. There's just so much. Everything is just my entire Twitter feed is just lit up with strikes against Tel Aviv and all kinds of stuff. So here is the first post I'm going to share with you. It's from Suleiman, of course. And if you don't know about Suleiman, you should know because he's doing great work both on YouTube and Twitter. And he's been just live 24/7. As soon as I get done with the stream, I always listen to his space, his Twitter space. If you're on Twitter, you should definitely follow him, and on YouTube as well. He broadcasts there, but he's got a video of a drone tunnel that Iran has released. It says, "Wait again for the sound of the death knell." That sounds ominous. "Never ask for whom the bell tolls, Israel. It tolls for thee." Look at those penis-looking drones. Gosh. They totally look suckable, don't they? I hope they're kosher. Oop. I exited out of it, unfortunately, for a second. But I think you get the idea. Anyway, there's much to get to. Let's move on. Targeting the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Riyadh. Holy shit. So Riyadh was struck, where intelligence officers were staying. That looks like Mardi Gras colors right there. Do they celebrate Mardi Gras in Riyadh? I don't think so. Look at that building, though. Oh, my God. So Iran is once again continuing its campaign across the Persian Gulf and the Gulf countries in an effort to make hotel prices more affordable for your average working class person. That's great. So I've been seeing lots of cluster, remember in the 12-day war when it was just like the skies were just lit up, missile after missile after missile, and all the interceptors not intercepting. Lots of videos like that. It seems like today they really went after Tel Aviv, and I guess it's about morning time in Tel Aviv. We always broadcast at night here in the U.S., and that means it's daytime in the Middle East. So this is probably from earlier today / last night for Israel. So lots of scenes like this. There's way more to show you, though. I tell you. Reports are surfacing of U.S. or Israeli aircraft downed over Iran, according to Douglas McGregor. Apparently, one of our aircraft carriers, the USS Lincoln, was touched by 4 cruise missiles fired by Iran. That's according to some reports here on Twitter I've been seeing, which is pretty crazy. The fact that a United States aircraft carrier was struck, that has to be a first. And I'm not talking about like a surveillance ship or a destroyer ship like the USS Liberty. I mean, we're talking about an aircraft carrier. It's 5 in Israel. Okay, well, they're going to be waking up to the sound of the alarm. Israel has an alarm system to wake the Chosenites up when it's time to run to the bunker. Here we go. Send these fucks to the front line. What do you say? And also, hashtag send Barron is trending on Twitter. But apparently Barron has been going in to receive medical testing, and allegedly, just like his dad, he's got bone spurs. So he's exempt. Does anybody give a fuck about being called anti-Semitic anymore? No. So some people that I find reputable and intelligent and give expert analysis are saying that, and even the likes of Dr. Morandi are saying that, killing Khamenei, or however you say it, was a trap. And the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was already acknowledging that he was going to die. They were going to come and get him. And he was going to sit and stay and stick in his home, in his place of residence where he's been for 37 years. And we found out later that they got to him on the first day, in the first strikes, because he wasn't hiding, guys. And then Trump goes on Truth Social and says, we have expert intelligence. We've got this double secret advanced technology, and we were able to locate Ali Khamenei. Well, it turns out, anybody could have told you, because he's just at his residence, his very public residence. So that's pretty ridiculous, wouldn't you say? But we know we can't trust anything out of that goon's mouth. Operation Epstein diversion is still on its way. Chris, thank you for that super high. Hello, how are you? Thank you for going through the weekend. Absolutely. I'd be doing this anyway, even if I wasn't broadcasting to you. So might as well share. If I've got to notice, I'm going to make you notice too. That's how this goes. All right, we're just going to continue going through the reposts. Here is that single Iranian drone. We saw this footage yesterday. Well, it's confirmed. They took
132 upgraded early warning radar.
Wait, let's play the video. It took out a $1 billion U.S. radar in Qatar, the single Iranian drone that was fired at that base in Qatar, Al Udeid, which is the biggest base in the Middle East for the Americans. If you're not called antiseptic, you are sad. I know. It's like you're not doing your job. Are you even alive if somebody's not calling you an antiseptite every day? Yeah, extremely, egregiously badly defended, because if you saw how slow that drone moved into the base and struck this building, it was like I was running fast. I could run faster than the drone was proceeding to its target.
This satellite image just revealed what the Iranian drone did to the $1 billion U.S. radar at Al Udeid base in Qatar. The FPS-132 upgraded early warning radar is a massive long-range ballistic missile detection system with a claimed range of up to 5,000 kilometers. It's designed to spot targets all across the Gulf, but it was destroyed by a single Iranian Shahed drone that cost only a fraction of the radar's price.
Nice.
This satellite
And that allegedly has left Israel and the United States exposed, not able to defend against these Iranian missiles because they can't track them. And we see ample evidence of this, as you're about to see. Here's English-speaking Israelis are panicking right now in Tel Aviv, if you can believe that. Oh my God! So there's the interceptors flying up. I'm starting to get good at analyzing what we're seeing here. There we go. There's the missile. That's like 4 or 5 interceptors. Yo, 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 yo! Yagame Shoka! Oy vey!
Oh my God! Oh my God!
And then there it goes. Okay. Wait, that was just note how I love how they hover in the air until they're like really close to their target and then they just beeline it down. But we're going to see some more crazy videos of hypersonic missiles, which I think on their way over to Israel, they're like, they are booking it. I mean, it is super fast. Now, I don't know if those are the same missiles. Like as they approach Israel, do they get a little bit slower to identify their target before they strike? I don't know. I'm not sure, but let's watch this video once more and see the end of it because it was just so good.
Oh my God!
Oh my! You saw how it I don't know. There was like a little bit of an explosion. Seemed like it grazed the interceptor maybe, and then. Crazy. Ted Postal, who, and I know I talked about him yesterday because he explains how the interceptors work and how the Iranian missiles are able to evade them. And he gave an interview with Dialogue Works earlier this morning, which I found pretty interesting. Maybe we could take a look at that, but it's a little bit longer. We could look at that at the later on in the stream. Sasha, thank you for the super. The Gulf monarchies will question the reliability of their American partner because the priority is clearly on protecting Israel. Yes. Well, that's the hope, The calculus is that these Gulf countries don't have a dog in the fight, or they don't have the stomach for getting bombed, and who does, So their allegiance is being tested to the empire, no doubt. All right, here's an Iranian hypersonic missile. This is from 2 hours ago and hits Jerusalem.
Holy shit! Oh my God! Yo!
That looks like the same people and the same vantage point. I don't know if it was the same strike.
Yo! No way! No way! No way!
No way. Not the consequences to our actions. Holy shit. I could never.
Hey.
Who would have thought? I mean, excuse me. Wow, that's a really difficult and tragic scene playing out in Jerusalem. This is very bad, folks. You hate to see it. Right? I absolutely love how we all collectively hate Israel. Yes. U.S. may have lost a B-2 over Iran. A stealth B-2 bomber. Look at that. So the Chinese radar system seems to have tracked those B-2 bombers as was predicted. But of course, we don't know for sure if the B-2 bomber went down, but that's just what's being alleged here. This explosion is a massive amount of fuel and ammunition going off at the same time. It turned the night into day. I've never seen anything like it, says this poster. So in World War III, we are all in whoever destroys Israel's side. It's just so we're clear. There's Barron Trump. He's been rushed to the hospital with acute bone spurs. Tragic. They're also, most predictably, Israel is using this event, this war, to ratchet up the terrorism against Gaza, and apparently there is now a total siege ordered by Israel, as if there wasn't already a siege. I mean, but I guess there's incrementalism involved here. You can Just like how you can be like 30% Jewish, 70% Jewish. You can be like 50% under siege. You can be 80% under siege. You were in 5th grade during 9/11 and had to watch your dad go off to war. I do not want that for another generation. Absolutely not. And sadly, American bodies are returning. There's clips of that too. They just made it back to the States, and that's people are, American soldiers are already getting in the box for Israel. So pretty crazy. Let's see what else we got here. Americans are waking up using the Israeli flag.
Come on in. Thank you. Come on in. There you go. Yeah, get the extra. Yeah, a little bit on your toe there. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Good.
Welcome. Make sure to wipe your feet, please, before you come into the house. I don't want to dirty my house, please. Thank you. Thank you. Come on in.
Yes.
Thank you.
Brenti Oendo. I like that name. That's fun to say. Brenti Oendo says, Thugbone, thank you for the gifties. Thugbone's such a G. What an awesome comrade. Thank you, Thugbone. Thanks to everyone for supporting the stream. Don't forget to tap that like and subscribe. Every bit helps the channel grow. At what point do we start considering Epstein, Maxwell, Rothschild ties to occult, Scientology, Masonry, Kabbalah? I mean, come on, it's cheesy, but there's solid ass evidence Maxwell's sisters tied to it. Yeah, no doubt. And from what I understand, there's actually other pedophilic networks, if you can believe this, that are more intertwined with occult symbology and aesthetic. And I think that was true for the Franklin scandal, which was, and I think the Epstein scandal has more elements of that too. But this is from Whitney Webb. I'm just remembering. She was telling us that the Franklin scandal was more occult adjacent than the Epstein scandal. I don't know. There's once again a spectrum when it comes to pedophilic networks. I had no idea, but I'm learning all the time. You got to get your pedophilic networks, straight. I'm learning in 2026. The U.S. government and its overgrown population think they can walk on anyone and that they are the good guy when they're the biggest terrorist on earth. Yes, they are. In fact, that has been voted upon by the global population, according to census polling done by the Rand Corporation and agencies like Oxfam. And I can't remember the specific one, but it's one of those organizations that overwhelmingly prove that the United States is the greatest threat to world peace. So that's right on brand. Assembler Clouds, thank you for becoming a member here on the YouTube Live. I sincerely appreciate that. Every member gets unlimited and members-only access to all of my live uploads. So that's cool. Yeah. Nope. Here's, just as I was talking about this, here's that picture of the coffins being unloaded on the plane, off the plane, protecting the pedos of Tel Aviv. They died as they lived. Here's a clip of the same thing. But, as Trump said, people are going to die. All right. Some of you will die, and that's a price that he's willing to bear for $250 million given to him by Miriam Allison. So yeah, Tehran is also being reported as getting heavy hit, and I think sadly it's going to be devastated. I think Tehran's going to be devastated from what I hear, and it's going to be mutually assured destruction between Israel and the Iranians. But it's really the longer this drags on, I think it favors Iran. What do you guys think? Over 35 airstrikes in 30 minutes on Tehran tonight. So that was reported a few hours ago by Suleiman. So this is what I was. I watched this clip and I'm just like, I have so much reverence for Ali Khamenei here, because he was very much, as I'm learning, resigned to his fate, and he basically, this was his last action to unite the Iranians and have them win against the empire. So he became a martyr for that cause. And this is a clip of him talking to his people. It says the Ayatollah told his people he was willing to die for them, while Trump gave a Lord Farquaad speech and told Americans, some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah, interesting, contradiction there, right? Like, we see one side that has all the advantages, all the military might, crowding up and threatening this country, and all of the people that are, all the leaders that are responsible for this aggression are fleeing safely. And I think also Trump has fled the White House. I'm receiving reports that he's been relocated to Andrews Air Force Base, and he might be flown out of the country too for fear of like assassination attempts. Pretty crazy. Now, I don't know if that is true, and I do want to remind you that everything that I say on here is subject to speculation, because we are in the fog of war. It's deliberately deceptive by both sides, by both the Iranians, the Israelis, and the Americans. So just a disclaimer, and here's that video.
ما آنچه باید بکنیم انجام میدیم، آنچه باید گفت هم گفتیم و خواهیم گفت. من جان ناقابلی دارم.
he says my life has little value, and they boo. They're like, no. At least I think that's what's happening.
جسم ناقصی دارم.
He says I have a disabled body.
اندک آبرویی هم دارم که این را هم خود شما به ما دادید. همه اینها رو من کف دست گرفتم.
Or maybe the crowd sounds are from the music. I'm not sure.
در راه این انقلاب و در
Because I'm ready to sacrifice everything
راه اسلام فدا خواهم کرد.
for the sake of this revolution and for Islam.
اینها هم نثار شما باشه.
May all this be sacrificed for you, dude. I almost cried when I saw this first time.
سید ما، مولای ما، دعا کن برای ما. صاحب ما تویی، صاحب این کشور تویی، صاحب این انقلاب تویی. پشتیبان ما شما هستید. ما این راه رو ادامه خواهیم داد، با قدرت هم ادامه خواهیم داد. در این راه ما رو با دعای خود، با حمایت خود، با توجه خود پشتیبانی بفرما. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. اذا جاء نصر الله والفتح رأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله.
This man was 86 years old, at the twilight of his life. He was not strategically important, and he decided to give the ultimate sacrifice, and he didn't run and hide like Milikowski. He didn't flee to Berlin and is now in a bunker safely in Western Europe. No, not that he would have gone to Western Europe, but he could have gone to other countries. But he chose to stay, and that's a true hero for us. It's the difference between a true hero and a coward like Milikowski. Thank you, Joe Mama. Israelis are hiding in bunkers. Iranians are out in the street in millions in open air, united against us, mourning the loss of their leader. Absolutely. You're starting to see this, like when Israel's up against an actual fucking country, what that looks like. You see how far short they fall from some national identity that's rooted in integrity, like the Iranian people. Adam says his legacy is dead. The Trump name is ruined. Just couldn't keep his hands off kids. Operation Epstein Fury, folks. Epstein's Fury. Operation Epstein Files. You take your pick. Yep, all those cockroaches fleeing out of Israel. BBs and hiding in the Fuhrer bunker. I know, the irony. I shared some tweets about this that went viral that I'll share with you. because it's just so on brand for Milikowski, isn't it? Here is the lights of the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, which have been completely turned off. Tallest skyscraper in the world is completely darked out. Oh yeah, and absolutely, Sinwar was a definite legend. Same as Nasrallah, same as Khomeini, same as Ismail Haniyeh, same as the leaders in Yemeni that were assassinated too. You can't really make it out, but that's the point. It's completely blacked out. Eldridge, thank you for the super. He never left nor abandoned his country, nor had any other nation fight for his people. Absolutely. That's real courage, folks. But, you know, I mean, it's true. He lived a long life. I mean, no greater honor for him to go out in a blaze of glory, so to speak, and die for his country. I mean, that's, you know, and people are saying that that act right there solidified the unity. Now Iranians are really, and not even just Iranians, but you know, the part of the Muslim world that looks upon Khamenei as the religious leader of Islam, almost like a pope. So thank you. I appreciate that, Assembler Clouds. That's a big time super, and I do appreciate that. I don't take it for granted, and I never expect it, but I sincerely appreciate it. Thanks for keeping us unformed. You mean informed, I think. Rabthone, I guess you're you might be glitching out as you're trying to type, but that's okay. You're the man. May we all taste the sweet honey of martyrdom. There you go. Thank you, Assembler Clouds. I sincerely appreciate it. Brenty, appreciate you as well. Infiltration on top of infiltration. U.S. equals attack dog. Israel equals intelligence apparatus. Eventual sacrificial lamb for end times prophecies. Yeah. Europe equals the home of all the old banker money secret societies. Yeah, you right, bro. That was a banger of a comment. Thank you. The Lincoln, I cannot confirm if the Lincoln, I believe, it's certainly not sunk. The Lincoln fled the region after it was touched by 4 cruise missiles, allegedly fired by Iran. So that's, I mean, just the fact that Iran was able to touch the aircraft carrier is a big deal, I think. And I want to say that that's got to be a precedent. I don't think any country has ever been able to touch an aircraft carrier. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm not talking about the USS Liberty because, you know, that's not an aircraft carrier, but that was Israel's doing, of course. But that's like the closest thing, right? It's like, yeah, the only country that came close to an aircraft carrier destroying, you know, the Navy, well, that would be Israel. Thank you, Devil Healer. I appreciate that. All power to Iran. We're all in solidarity with Iran right now. You know, the entire world is, and it's obvious. It's obvious. Yeah, he had cancer too, Khomeini, allegedly. We don't know that. That's what Dr. Morandi alleged. He didn't even know that, but he you know, speculated. Nick Santos says, false, all caps. I don't know what you're referring to, but if I said something false, maybe add some more words in there and give us some context so we can understand what you mean, and we might be able to arrive at a more insightful conclusion. Thank you. Did the Houthis hit a carrier? Nothing hit our carriers, says Nick Santos. All right, sir. All caps. Well, like I said, this is something that's being alleged. It is a developing story, and I did not confirm it. I'm only telling you what I'm seeing on social media, okay? So you got to use, and we've got to use discernment and practice media literacy. And this is a place for us to share ideas and to have a healthy discussion, okay? Thank you. I appreciate that. Futurucci. That's a nice, fun name to say. Appreciate you being here. except for the massive diarrhea, of course. I don't know what Saeed's talking about, but yep, U.S. bases are getting really decimated right now. I feel like I heard that one of them was completely destroyed. I think it was the one in Kuwait. And Bahrain also allegedly very much devastated. I don't know if it's completely destroyed, but it's close to it from what I hear. You stank my battle shit. Yep. What? No word on the Gerald Ford, right? I wonder what Gerald Ford's doing right now besides stinking up the place. That's right, Joe Mama. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times, being led by Trump and Bibi. So hard times ahead. Yeah. I know that meme pretty well. It's pretty accurate, too. Kind of speaks across generations, doesn't it? Do we like Rachel Maddow? No, we do not. In fact, we're here to slime her because she's running D for the Israeli state in the Imperial Corps, as we'll soon see. Rachel Maddow is a $30 million mouthpiece for Israel, says Sabby Sabs. And she reposted our friend Blakely, who said, I still can't get over this insane propaganda from Rachel Maddow yesterday, pretending that this had nothing to do with Israel. Just stunning.
And so why did Donald Trump just start this war? Why is this happening? Cui bono, right? Who benefits? It's always useful to start that question in any country. Who benefits? Who wants Iran bombed off the map and for their own reasons? Who are Iran's rivals and enemies? Perennially, it's the Gulf Arab states, countries like Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates and Qatar. You know, Qatar, the country that just gave Donald Trump a really, really nice $400 million plane, really a gilded flying palace for his own use, both during his presidency.
Yeah, Pika, people are saying that this is indicative of this late stage of empire. We've got crappy, turdy aircraft carriers. But, you know, to the servicemen and women aboard the USS Gerald R. Turd, we have to tip our cap because they intentionally scuttled. I know that's not the right word, but they intentionally sabotaged the ship and its sewage system in order to get to port because they've been out at sea for like 10 months, which is unheard of, allegedly, in the, Pentagon world.
And after Trump plans to take that plane with him and keep using it after he...
I'm a little bit dark, and that's because I turned my my show lights on. There's a lot of lighting that goes in. I've noticed that with my camera, I have to turn up the lights so that you can see, but they get a little bit aggravating after some time, so I turned them down. I hope that's okay. Yes, lefty loser. Thank you, Cyrus. You are just totally insightful and definitely furthering the discussion. I appreciate your very critical comments that are certainly uttered in good faith, right? Anyone telling you that it's a left or right issue is a psyop, okay? Remember that word psyop, Saeed? Saeed, did you ever figure out what that word means? We're seeing it right here with this little chode waffle. You see him? He's a psyop. He's trying to divide us. He wants to divide the goy. He wants to enable Jewish supremacy. He sounds like a Zionist. Does he love Israel? Is he ready to get in the box for Israel? Do you think Cyrus would go to the Middle East and die for Israel? Cyrus, if you don't get in the box for Israel, I'm sorry, son. You're a fucking pussy. All right? Now be gone.
Leaves office, if he ever leaves office. And you remember United Arab Emirates, famous for recently structuring a totally pointless crypto financial transaction so that $2 billion of it would be stuffed into the Trump family's otherwise worthless brand new crypto financial firm. And of course, you remember the Saudis, who stuffed another $2 billion.
When Cyrus was typing that, he was like, oh, I got this. This is a good one. Cyrus is like, yes. He's typing away in the IDF call center.
Dollars into the pockets of Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, just as Trump's first term in office came to a close. You might remember enough people were alarmed about that when it happened that the Trump folks actually sort of bothered to come up with an excuse for what made that
That's
okay.
right, baby.
They said, don't worry, Jared will never again work for the U.S. government. He's never coming back to Washington. So it's okay that he's taken all this money from the Saudis now. We will never.
All right, fuck that. Screw that bitch. Thank you, Emancipating Poet, for being a member for 1 month. I hope we continue that streak. Khomeini forever. That's right. You guys are so based, and I love that we're here together to share this moment, this awful, dark moment. But hey, at least we got each other. Sean King's reporting that Trump has unified Iran like never before. This is not Iran, but Skardu, where people are protesting after the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khomeini. Not only have they not employed the discombobulator, they even stopped using the flux capacitor. I have no idea why they would do that. Sasha, look, I need you to keep that to yourself and maybe find a room, a quiet room where you can be alone to discover your feelings for me. But don't tell us, all right? Just keep it to yourself. Thank you, Mork and Mandy. I appreciate that for becoming a new member on the stream. Members, we love our cherished VIGs, very important goys who get access to all my lives as soon as they're uploaded. A special feature for a chosen people. And those chosen people are the goys. Goys unite. Goys proud. Chris, yes, indeed. Look at these. Look, we're on a roll right now. Thank you, Chris. I encourage all of you to join the live. People I've talked to for years about how Iraq was a lie and WMDs were a lie are completely behind Trump in this war for democracy. It's wild. It is wild. It is wild. Thank you for the super. And you know, a lot of people are playing old clips of Trump when he was running for president and criticizing Obama for, you know, trying to start a war with Iran because he's a terrible negotiator. And lo and behold, the irony. It's very ironic times. Here is an Australian in Dubai. The fucking Australians, man. This Australian in Dubai is literally pearl clutching that this is not meant to be happening here. Which implies that where is it supposed to be happening? It's not supposed to be happening here? Or it should be happening there is the assumption, right? The tacit implication there from her statement. Yeah, baby. Thank you, Scotty. We're cruising along. Thanks so much. I love this community, and I appreciate your patronage here. Sleeper cells are activating, you say, huh? Let's go. What's sleeper cells? Iranian sleeper cells? Are they proxies? Oh, that's true. There have been a lot of shootings here in the States too. Apparently, like how many? Wait, where was that happening? Yeah, like Austin. There was like Ohio, I think. Like 14 people were shot up. Yeah. So lots of violence. It's a violent time. And, you know, when war is happening, it usually begets more violence in other seemingly unrelated places, you know? You know, like, for instance, the fact that October 7th happened, I think that there's a direct thread between October 7th and, like, the Charlie Kirk assassination. I think if Operation Al-Aqsa Flood had never happened, I think Charlie Kirk would probably still be alive. Well, September 10th, yeah. But basically 9/11. Oh, really? So apparently the shooter in Austin was wearing a shirt that had said Allah or something. He probably had graffiti on his bullets too that said like anti-Semitism or something. I'm sure.
Scared. I'm actually so scared. I'm in JDC right now and I can see. Oh no.
Oh no. Look at her face. I mean, yikes. She's got a lot of work done, doesn't she?
Yeah.
I'm surprised she feels anything at this point. If she does feel something, it's hard for her to express it because she has the same face for every stimulus, you know? She's plasticine.
Everyone just chill out. Biggest concern is that people like
guys can't just like anybody just chill out. Like it was fine when they were doing this shit to Gaza. Like I didn't say a word. I was in my robe, living in my best life in Dubai. But now the Imperial boomerang is coming back to slap me in the face. This is not what I signed up for. Not supposed to be happening here. Brent, you're still on about the fucking discombobulator, which you can't even pronounce. It's not the discombulator. All right, I won't be so hard on you, Brent, since you supered me. Goy squad, yeah. So what do you say here? If discombulator has anything to do with the nanotech alleged to now be in most of us, see redacted channel's video on it. It may be game over. Biblical like things could easily be manufactured. Well, let me tell you something. It's not over. It's not over to the fat lady sings. We're still here. As long as there's a breath in my lungs and my heart's still beating, it ain't over. Girthy Goy gifted 5 memberships to the YouTube Live, and god damn it, that excites me. I am rock hard right now. My nipples could cut glass. Thank you so much. That gets me going. Jordan, thank you so much for the super. Have I heard anything about the Stargate? No, I haven't. I've seen the movie Stargate. Look at all you guys shuffling in here on the YouTube memberships. That's great. Phantoma, thank you so much. John as well. I know people are probably getting bored because I'm just thanking everyone, but I do sincerely appreciate it. We will get back to the content, but I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my supporters. So Diabs, thank you as well. Feel sorry for you. You actually have to live around people like this cunt in the video. My condolences. My condolences. All right, let's see. Look, do you see how she's literally doing the gesture? She's literally pearl clutching. But in this case, robe clutching. But it's the same. It's the same vibes. I appreciate the appreciation that you're appreciating. Thank you.
I don't want anyone getting hurt. You know what I mean? Like I've been hearing loud.
When she says, I don't want anybody to get hurt, you know what I mean? She means she doesn't want herself to get hurt. Because suddenly it's become very real for this lady. She's like, I would much rather just read about this in the news for the past 3 years like I have been.
Explosions sort of like in the background all day. And it's like, like the sound, it shakes the windows. I don't know how to explain it. It's like the weirdest sound.
Oh my God, that shakes the window, but you still have a hotel room, yeah? You're still in your robe? You can go in and have a hot bath if you wanted. You can talk to your kids. You can go have dinner at a restaurant, at a fancy restaurant, and fuck off, lady. Couldn't you? Couldn't you? Oh, but now it's very real.
Whatever. And now I'm seeing them. This is not.
Well, you're seeing them, and now what do you expect to do about it? Have you tried crying about it?
Fun, guys. We're supposed to be in the safest place. Like, I love the UAE. I love being here. I feel so safe all the time, and now I can see it. Like,
yep. The Westerners, the Anglosphere, man, they're finally catching up to what's happening. They're like, shit. So us too then? Yeah, you too. You didn't do anything, you coward. You just didn't want to be inconvenienced. You didn't want to be late for brunch, didn't you, Jessica? I think she is crying, yeah. She is trying to cry about it. That's good. I mean, that's an earnest effort.
please, just Stop.
Please, just stop. Please. That's a funny story there, lady. Now get in the bunker. Truth bombs are flying out. Yep, that's right. The truth bombs are striking hotels in Dubai, and this lady is upset. Look at the forecast for Tel Aviv district all week, baby. Have y'all seen this? It's going to be a really hot week. I mean, I know it's only March and it's Purim, but it's going to be a hot week. Lit up like a safe UAE. It's just lit up like a menorah. Who would have thought? All right. Thank you for that gift membership, Rabid Tofu. I appreciate you. If the Dems don't literally push for retaining war powers, it's so over. Oh, it's over. It's so jover. So Trump was like, so yeah, this is crazy, right? This is an insane caption right here. It says, breaking. Trump is now leaving the United States due to elevated risks of assassination attempts. So he's following Bibi's lead. He's like, I need to get me in a bunker. Get thee in a bunker, Satan. It's not going to be safe for you. He's going to hide in Fort Andrews military base. Well, where's Fort Andrews? Isn't that in the U.S.? Why would they say they're leaving the U.S.? I thought Fort Andrews. Let's see, where's Fort Andrews? Yeah, that's in Boston. So I don't know why they said leaving the United States. But wouldn't that be silly? Trump leaves the United States, leaves us after he starts World War III for us. All right, peace out. Good luck. Yes, some of you will die. Okay, we're getting through some of these reposts. Lots of missile prawn to show you. I think I lost my spot. That's what happened. Okay, yeah, this is, Trump is no stranger to having a press conference, right? And, oh, shoot. I have the wrong tab. Up. I'm so sorry. I do that from time to time. Please forgive me. So this guy is normally, like I said, no stranger to a camera. Anytime he gets a chance to talk to reporters and create a headline, he's going to do it, right? Well, not this time. He's too scared, apparently, to face a press conference. Look at him. He gets off the plane. I guess that's him arriving at Fort Andrews.
Lindo.
He's like, all right, fuck off. I can't handle your questions right now. Thank you, Lost Smallville, for becoming a new member on the YouTube Live. Love that. So people are saying this is weak sauce. All right. We already saw that dubious, shallow, petty, pretentious press conference where he announces World War III, basically. And he doesn't look us in the eye, and he tells us that some of us may die, and that's a price he's willing to take. And now he's just completely avoidant. Here is Tehran right now. There's footage of Tehran just getting lit up too, sadly. Here is Iran realizing the entire world has no problem with them bombing Israel. Houthis joined the fight. I thought they had already joined. We know the Hezbollah. We know Hezbollah joined earlier today as well, striking Israel from the north. This is satellite images confirm that Iran did indeed destroy the early warning radar system in Qatar. That's 1.1 billion up in smoke. And there is from February, 28th to March 1st. Here's the before after. Before, it's literally gone. I saw also some interesting videos that seem to depict a missile strike on Tel Aviv that, or maybe it was in Haifa, that completely leveled an entire block, what looked to be an entire block of buildings. And also, Amazon data centers are getting bombed in the UAE. You love to see that. Do you? I'm just asking. I don't want to see our precious data centers get bombed, okay? Those are Amazon's profit-making machines, and we can't let that happen. Here's one of my tweets. I said, we have it. I'm quoting the U.S. government right here. I say, we have advanced double secret intelligence that could pinpoint Khamenei's location. And this motherfucker was just sitting in his office, in his home in Tehran, where he's been for the last 37 some odd years. So Jackson Hinkle is also reporting that Hezbollah has officially joined the war and attacks Haifa with drones and missiles. But we need more. Y'all got more of these clips? I need some. More. How many countries does a guy got a bomb to win a Nobel Peace Prize around here? Hello? So you guys remember Lego? Well, they just released a new rebrand. It's called Pedo. And that looks a lot conspicuously like Donald J. Trump. All right, here are some. This is Junior on Twitter saying this is the funniest video of the entire war. Let's see. Did you see it? I was like, why is this funny? I mean, it's Tel Aviv getting bombed. I mean, that's nice, but Hallister, thank you for the 6 months of your mama wits. That's right, baby. We're 6 months going strong. We're 3 months shy of having our first little internet baby. I can't wait. What are we going to name him? Right, wait for it. And there goes the tiny hat. All right, one more time for those of you who are really slow. And where are they? Up. See ya. There he goes. Off to clip some coins. Don't forget about the Samson option, says Harrison. Israel's nukes. I didn't know this, but Israel's nukes are not located in Israel. Did you know this? They're on submarines lurking off of European coasts. Israeli security cabinet meeting in Tel Aviv got hit by Iranian hypersonic missile. So far, 7 Israeli army generals' dead bodies have been recovered from the site. More dead are expected. The building was totally destroyed. Here's a clip of it.
Why?
Did this motherfucker really just ask why? Get a clue, Shlomo. Get a clue. Suleiman's reporting of a Chinese vessel says ships operating near the Strait of Hormuz are experiencing a can't speak. I'm sorry. I'm tongue-tied. Are experiencing a complete loss of GPS signal.
这个没一打仗，我们船上的时钟都被干扰了。看看这时间走得多快。
Well, I don't know if there's much of us to glean from these schematics, but I repost a lot of stuff for us to go through. Israel's begging the U.S. to beg for a ceasefire. Not a chance. You've attacked them 3 times. That's big if true. This is President Trump from earlier today. He says he gave a speech earlier today saying, like, thanks to our brave dead American soldiers, they did their job. They got in the box. And then he says, look, more are going to die. More Americans will die. That's just the way it is.
And send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more. But send our immense love and eternal gratitude.
Trying to prepare you. You see all these American dead bodies? Yeah, there's going to be more of that, all right? So we're just going to have to suck it up. Because I, Donald J. Trump, am making a fuck ton of money off of my presidency, and I'm good. So if I'm good, then we're good. What a coward, right? What a ghoul. Send Baron. Yeah, Send Baron has been trending on Twitter. Candace Owens says, Goyim always must die so the Khazarian mafia can expand their borders. Tel Aviv is being obliterated, folks. Where are you? Will you remember this moment? Where were you when Tel Aviv was being obliterated? Warming my hands. That's what you were doing, huh? I'll always remember where I was and what I was doing this night. I was warming my hands. I was dancing. Basking in the afterglow, yes. Shut the fuck up, Hotspur, you little punk bitch. How dare you to tone cop me on my own stream for how I do things. That's bullshit. That's bogus. It's weak sauce. You should be ashamed of yourself. But I will take your money, all right?
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty true. And I'm sure Zelensky is looking on at what's happening, being like, wait, those are my weapons. Israel, I needed those weapons. It's like, damn. Ukraine's like, fuck, you guys couldn't scramble fighter jets for us? You couldn't bring the American Armada to help us out? Israel's always been the main. You got to know that. Ukraine was just the side hoe. All right, so, you get the idea. Shit's on fire, man. What are you going to do? This ain't Gaza. It's Tel Aviv, baby. Tel Aviv looks like Gaza. Now that is something. And allegedly, Iran is very much going after civilian architecture, which is hard not to do because Israel has embedded itself in civilian architecture and using its own citizens as human shields. But, hey, don't try telling them that. That's antiseptic. Google was Trump most indebted man in 90s. Is that right? Oh, you're asking me to. Brent, I can't do that, all right? We have to. If you have something you'd like me to see, there's a protocol here, Brent. And if you have a link, I would ask you to join the Discord. We've got about 1,300 people on the Discord, and you can share links for the live. And in a minute, I'll switch on over to the Discord, and we'll go through the links together that you guys provide the stream. So if that's something that you would be interested in, just ask for the link, and we will share it with you. Then did Rothschild Inc. bail Trump out? It's that simple, folks. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're talking about how the Rothschild bailed out Trump in the 90s, and I forgot to what amount because it was like hundreds of millions of dollars. But I did hear that. I haven't looked into it, but thank you for the reminder. Joe Mama. Where you at, Joe Mama? Thank you. Aunt Jemima. We started this unprovoked war. Iraqis, Houthis, Hezbollah have officially joined. That's true. Becoming regional war, unnecessary death and destruction. No one knows where this goes. Iran is also hitting Trump Kushner investments. Yeah, they say that no plans ever survive first contact when it comes to war. So that seems to be true here for this case as well. There's the trending in the United States. Send Barron. They won't, but they should. Max is sharing that same clip we just watched. Hezbollah has entered the war on the evil entity, reports DD Geopolitics. Rocket launches from southern Lebanon in the Haifa direction with at least 2 impacts reported. Here's a clip.
هذا اعتراض جديد هذا اعتراض جديد ابصر هون وين عم بيروح هذا اعتراض جديد هذا اعتراض جديد ابصر هون وين عم بيروح.
It's like a drone, huh?
هذا اعتراض.
I don't know. And then there's this. Looks like the alarm map. Reports indicating these are launches from Hezbollah. Israel killed the live feed. Oh, wow. Wait, is that true? Can we look at Tel Aviv live right now? I wonder. Yeah, you can. All is quiet at the moment. Let me show you a live shot of Tel Aviv right now as they're waking up in the promised land. There it is. The sun rises in the Middle East. There's downtown Tel Aviv. More to come. It could be a bit flatter, yeah. All right. Lots more. There's a few more really interesting clips we haven't gotten to yet. I want to show you. But let's keep going through the posts. This is from Glenn Greenwald. The complete outrage. Israel never does anything to... He's being sarcastic, by the way. Israel never does anything to anyone. It just sits there minding its own business, pursuing its future as a peaceful, plucky democracy. Yet out of nowhere, people keep attacking Israeli cities with ballistic missiles. What kind of monsters would do this? And he's responding to the AIPAC Twitter account that said... The Iranian regime is indiscriminately attacking Israeli cities with ballistic missiles. Their goal is mass murder. The United States and Israel are fighting to eliminate this threat and stop the regime from terrorizing Americans, Israelis, and our other allies. Well, fuck around and find out a little bit, because you guys did start a war with Iran, and you did kill 160 schoolgirls by bombing an elementary school, and then you bombed a hospital. You bombed the headquarters of Red Crescent in Tehran. And, you know, you get a little bit about what you deserve, you know? No way. We've got Anna Kasparian in the chat. Holy moly. Big time. That's big. Thank you, Anna, for the super, too. We are a big fan of you. Thanks for joining the live. You've never seen Tel Aviv look so beautiful. I know. It just... Something about the fireworks in the nighttime and all the lights. You guys, you got to follow Anna Kasparian. She's in the chat right now. Follow her on YouTube. She does amazing work. And I mean, I don't need to tell you. You guys know who that is. We cover her a lot on this stream. Always just with the best clips, the most viral clips. Thank you, Anna. Anna's making me look really cool right now by joining my live. You're making my social credit score go up with all my chatters. I'm getting some social clout right now. Lake, thank you for that super. People joining our military still have a moral obligation to check if what we're fighting for aligns with universal values. Yeah, they're gonna be surprised. Thank you, Blank. Even Prince Harry did 2 combat deployments in Afghanistan, 30 weeks total. Yeah, send Barron. Let's make it go viral. I think it already is. Thank you to the Bitcher01 for becoming the latest member on the live. Look at that, Hotspur. I just simply thanked and I moved on. Aren't you proud of me? Fuzzy Balls, I appreciate that. No calls from J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard because he didn't want them talking him out of his cabinet is ornamental only. He's gone full dictator. Yeah. Well, I think J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard were the lone holdouts in trying to prevent this war with Iran. That's according to some reports that I've heard. But, so much for that, right? And you had to know that when they sent Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to like Geneva to go negotiate with Iran, you had to know that was just a fool's errand and the war was coming shortly. So, anyway, that's AIPAC. AIPAC is crying. You love to see that. Max is also reporting. Let's see what this post says. Unelected Eurocrat warmonger gets off the phone with an unelected Gulf monarch from a family dictatorship and declares that Iran must undergo a credible transition. And this is responding to Ursula von der Leyen, who is the head of the, I believe, the EU. And she says off the phone with Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani of Qatar. That's the premier leader of Qatar. We discussed the aftermath of Iran's reckless and indiscriminate strikes on the country. With the region in deep upheaval, Qatar can count on strong European solidarity, just as we could count on Qatar's support to European citizens. And I thank the Sheikh for this. The risk of further escalation is real. This is why a credible transition in Iran is urgently needed. Sure thing. One that restores stability and paves the way for a lasting solution. This must mean the halt of Iran's military, nuclear, and ballistic missile programs and the end of destabilizing actions on air, land, and at sea. So, cucked for Israel, the EU. We knew that, though. Richard Methurst says that, so you killed Khomeini and turns out that you're still getting hit with missiles. This is a good point. It's like you acting as if the mission was accomplished. Meanwhile, you just unleashed an epic fury, actually, against you, is the ironic part. He says, allow me to introduce you to the security principle of compartmentalization. Russia today is reporting that lots of missiles are flying between Cyprus and Beirut, according to Cyprus air traffic control.
Beirut. And they said that there are a lot of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut. And they said that there are a lot of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, not at Beirut, but going the other way. At least 12 missiles now in the air fired from Lebanon towards Israel. This is from 4 hours ago, though. So those are most of my reposts. Let's see. This is in honor of the 3 American servicemen who gave their lives in the war with Iran. Please reply with names or pictures of everyone they fought for. I'll get us started. Look at these goons, these ghouls, these goblins, these anti-goyams. So you can't make this shit up. Netanyahu is right now in a Berlin bunker. Who does that remind you of? Netanyahu is at the, what is it? Shit. Netanyahu is at the Adlon. Maybe Sasha can help us out with where that is. Sasha, you could do the funniest thing right now. Sasha Mueller is in Germany. In a video game, of course. Duh. What were you thinking? Trump has assassinated all the members of the Iranian negotiating team, and he is still looking forward to negotiating with Iran. Yeah, imagine that. The Dubai airport looks like Calcutta right now. That looks like a shit show. Let's see. Khomeini wanted to be killed. Yeah, so this is Scott Ritter. This is an interesting take from Scott Ritter. And he basically says that, you know, the Iranians set a trap for the Israelis and the Americans to assassinate Khomeini, and it's going to unite the country. And it has. And they were already united. But this is really a galvanizing moment in the Muslim world against imperial aggression, obviously.
Coming of this school is indicative of the fact that we don't have a clear intelligence picture. Now, people say, well, Scott, we were good enough to get Ali Khamenei.
I don't know. I would play it for you, but I don't think the audio is too well, and I think that you are too good, and you probably couldn't hear it. So I'm just gonna, I'll just paraphrase for you what he said, and that's what he said because I watched the clip earlier. So apparently that attack on the Minab, I think is what it's called, the village or the town in Iran that was struck by the Americans and the Israelis that killed all those schoolgirls tragically. Well, that operation came from the Abraham Lincoln, which would explain why Iran targeted it, because it was involved in, obviously attacking Iran. So it says the U.S. carrier Abraham Lincoln flees after attacked by 4 cruise missiles, according to Iran's IRGC. Now, some of you are going to be like, that's not true. Well, like I said, this is what is being reported. This is a really crazy clip that shows you the absolute speed and fierceness of these hypersonic missiles. I don't really have too much context on where this is happening, because it seems like they're flying like in the no man's land between Iran and Israel, but they are booking it. Look at this clip. It's crazy.
Whoa, did you see that? That was fast. That looked...
Ah, look how you run. Listen to that sound.
Look at that.
Shaking it. Another one. Ah!
That's like Mach 15 or something. It's crazy that you don't like hear like the sound wave or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? But I when I saw that, I thought, is this real? Every freaking clip that I come across, I'm like, well, let's see, is it AI or is it real? Is this from last June? Is it this go around? I mean, there's a lot of, and I noticed that a lot of these accounts, they're looking to go viral, and so they'll repost clips from the 12-day war and act like it's happening now. So we got to be careful. But apparently, Grok confirmed that this is a legitimate clip. Grok says this video shows real footage from Iran's recent missile barrage toward Israel. These ballistic weapons, some with hypersonic glide vehicles like Fatah, Mach 5 to 15, there you go, streak across the night sky at extreme speeds, glowing red from atmospheric friction. Their velocity makes interception very challenging. The speed claim holds up. So hypersonic missiles can allegedly travel up to 8 kilometers per second. Still not as fast as me with your mom, though. All right. The whole Bahrain U.S. base has been destroyed, according to Parody Jeff, who's not exactly the most, trusted source, because he's he's a parody account, but it says the entire base is completely burning. All the equipment inside, worth tens of billions of dollars, has been lost. So that the same report is happening in Kuwait right now too, that the Kuwaiti base, American base, has been destroyed completely. The Ayatollah is the spiritual leader of Iran. Jeffrey Epstein, of course, the spiritual leader of America. Thank you. Too many clamps. Genuine thought I can't get past. If they were setting a trap, then why would he sacrifice his fam and granddaughter with himself? Exactly. Well, no. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That is a great point. I don't think he was intent on sacrificing his family, but he was certainly not hiding from the Israelis. So I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. Do we have any confirmation that his family was killed? I know we received reports of that. I'm not sure which strike that was, but let's also not try to glaze up Israel and say that, by saying that, the Iranian leader got his family killed. Obviously, it was Israel's doing. They are guilty. Thank you, Lake. The International Bureau of Usury oppose multiracial expressions of sympathy and respect for Jesus and run with superpower of counterfeiting. Yeah, sure. Okay. International Bureau of Usury. Is that a real organization? I mean, can we abolish that? There's an International Bureau of Usury. Goive. What the what? Exactly. I need a triple take for that comment. No, Professor Morandi was saying that not his family, but Khomeini's family members were killed. Yeah, that's true. I do remember that now. I suppose it was in the same airstrike, but I think that certainly Khomeini, by all accounts, knew that he was going to die and resigned himself to his fate. He didn't go and hide. They're a very proud people. They're not going to bow down to psychopaths. And he didn't. He didn't do that. Right, Fuzzy Balls? When Jesus was on the cross and said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know what they do," that was for the Romans, not the ones who weren't. Well, sure, that's great. I mean, sure thing, you know. I don't give a shit about biblical fucking history, all right? Stop killing kids. No one cares about your precious Jewish identity if it involves killing children or starving children. I think feeding children is far more important than being Jewish. Don't you agree? Like, if I was Jewish and, like, this was all happening, I'd be like, fuck it, I'm not a Jew anymore. I renounce it. I don't want anything. I'll just come up with my own thing, my own way of communicating with my God. You know, I don't need this. Like, I'm not wearing the tiny hat anymore. Please don't associate with me with these people. I just think it's a net negative at this point. Okay, folks, I'm sorry. Dave Brown, thank you for becoming a new member of the YouTube Live. Yeah, not killing kids and not, assaulting kids should be at the top of every law book in a just, insane world. Here's footage from Al Jazeera showing a huge fire reportedly ignited by an Iranian strike on a U.S. naval facility at Bahrain's Salmon Port. The port houses the U.S. Navy's Central Command and Fifth Fleet. So, yeah, this would be the Bahrain base that is in the news. Yeah. A lot of this stuff, we're, reposting the same clips over and over. I think we saw this one already, but you get the idea, man. There's a lot of destruction happening. This war will go down in history as one of America's greatest mistakes. This predictable disaster is what happens when objectivity is smeared and militarism is celebrated as patriotic, says Glenn Deason, who has an awesome podcast that I watch regularly on YouTube, if you don't know. More evidence that X is just a political tool, a political weapon. They've banned the new supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Alireza Arafi. So Arafi is the newly appointed supreme leader of Iran. So it's like, my whole point is, it's back to square one for Israel, right? Because they've got a new leader. It's like you replace the Ayatollah with the Ayatollah, and you're still getting bombed by the Ayatollah. So how is this a victory? Now you got to go back to square one and take out the new guy. And then that new guy, when he's taken out, there's going to be another one appointed. It's just going to go on and on and on because you don't understand their government and how it's structured and how it's capable of withstanding decapitation strikes because they're not a dictatorship. So you just realize that the United States has no strategic depth whatsoever in this. They're just nobody really seems to know how they're going to achieve this goal of regime change and then the complete balkanization of Iran to become a rump state for Israel. They don't seem to have a real strategy in place. I mean, great, you assassinated the supreme leader, but now there's a new supreme leader. The regime is intact. The government is intact. We should not call it a regime. We should call the Trump administration a regime, if anything. Thank you, Soviet Belka. How dare you make fun of the master race? I had to pay extra 3 shekels to send this super chat. That is antiseptic. I am so sorry to hear that. We appreciate your shekels. I am the shekel grabbling Shapiro-Stein. And I hoard all of your shekels live here on stream. It's really it's a really awesome setup. X double standards while racists roam free, no doubt. Yeah, everything is political, you know. That's the thing you got to understand about this world. There's nothing that isn't political. In the last 24 hours, Iran has taken military action against 14 separate countries: USA, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Israel, Oman, Syria, Cyprus, France, Italy, and the United Kingdom. That is very unprecedented. People are expressing shock that they actually lived to see the start of the Iran war, the war that Netanyahu has been clamoring for 40 years now. And apparently he made a video saying just that. He said, I've been fighting for this for 40 years. Finally, I got it. And it just proves what I've been saying for years now, that this is definitely going to lead to this moment, because think about how much is riding, you know, the history that has gone into creating this geopolitical event, these conditions for this geopolitical event that is a war with Iran. And it's all or nothing. He's going out in a blaze of glory, Netanyahu, I mean. He's ready. You know, in 2023, when everything blew up, everything was going down, and I was just learning just how depraved the Israelis are. I started saying, like, it became pretty clear that, like, you know, Netanyahu is a pathological liar, and he's desperate. He was already involved in that domestic scandal with the judicial system in Israel. And then you have this breach of security under his watch. He's supposed to be the night watchman. He's supposed to be the cop on the beat for Israel. He's created a reputation of being an iron fist for the Israeli people. And so for that to happen under his watch, once the dust settled, everyone was saying that he would be, convicted of, I don't know, I guess certainly convicted enough to be forced to resign, but perhaps even convicted of treason. But the dust never did settle. And that's sort of why I started saying, it's like Netanyahu is in his 1945 bunker arc. He's ready to get in the bunker and blow his brains out for his promised project of the greater state of Israel. And I think that's what's happening. And I just never could have predicted that 2.5 years later, he would be actually flying to Berlin and getting in the bunker. I mean, that's just crazy. Would have never predicted that. So this is from Russia Today. Iran claims major damage in strike wave. U.S. base in Kuwait completely decommissioned. U.S. base in Bahrain hit by drones. Severe damage. U.S. carrier Abraham Lincoln attacked with 4 missiles. 560 U.S. troops killed and wounded so far. So to the person that was saying, that was calling me a liar because I said reports mentioned that the USS Abraham Lincoln was touched by 4 missiles. There you go. Straight from the horse's tits, okay? Read it and weep. How am I lying to you? By reporting the news, you little fucker. Here's a picture of Netanyahu in Germany. Of course, that might be AI. We just don't know. But just imagine if, for once in its history, Germany did the right thing. They actually can't understand why everyone hates them. It's crazy. This is Israelis during the bombing. That's great. You guys are living your best life in the reinforced bunker. Having a gay old time, I'm sure. So Alon Mitzrahi is confirming that this is an authentic documentation from Israel this evening. The sky is now ablaze over Tel Aviv Mall, says an Israelite. May the Lord protect us all. When he says the Lord, though, does he mean ball? I'm sorry, Israel. Ball will no longer protect you. Okay? Omar, I swear to God, if you try to get my hopes up, do not come in here spreading euphoric news that isn't true. Yo! That's their favorite word when they're getting bombed. Yo! I had no idea. What? Absurd! Why would they do this? This is our reality. Yeah, well, don't go occupying and stealing other people's lands, you filthy animal. Here's that damage I was talking about from one single Iranian hypersonic missile strike against Israel. Look at this. Man. Oofda. Looking like Gaza, Tel Aviv. What's going on? Yeah, this is the Purim that they've been talking about. So Marco Rubio has canceled his trip to Israel. That's sad. He was supposed to go tomorrow. But not now. No. It's not safe. Look at those ears. I'll never get over those satellite dishes. Jesus. That's scary. Taig Hickey is not reporting, but he's posting about Khomeini was a moderate and had a fatwa against nuclear weapons. This is a good point. Khomeini was a moderate, guys. He had a fatwa, which is like a religious law, I believe, against the procurement of nuclear weapons. So the reckless, brainless Epstein regimes have no fucking idea what they've unleashed because they just got rid of the one guy that was stopping the government of Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. You know, in a strange way, it's like if Khomeini didn't have that fatwa, perhaps they wouldn't be at war right now. Well, certainly they wouldn't be. By the way, it's being reported by the Iranian government that there have been something like 560 American casualties so far. We don't know how many deaths, because, casualty just means that wounded or killed. So we don't know how many of that number. You heard 1,000. Yeah, rookie numbers. Well, it's early yet, Garble. It's early yet. And of course, we don't want anyone to fucking die. All right? We're not violent people. We don't cheer on the destruction, the wanton destruction, and the death. Least of all of our soldiers. But, things don't happen in a vacuum, do they? Saeed, you have to understand, I am speaking for myself, and you have to consider what platform I'm speaking to you on. So I'm trying to be very mindful of the algorithm gods. Just so you know. Wink, wink. Sasha, we were just talking about you, and you never answered me. I asked you a question, and you just blew me off. You fucking blew me, dude, off. I asked you if you knew where the Adlon, I guess it's a hotel in Berlin. Do you know about this? The Adlon. This is where Milikowski is right now. And I was just saying, Sasha, since you're in Germany, you could do a really funny thing for humanity right now. I'm not going to say what that is. I'm just saying it would be funny. Is it New Year's in Tel Aviv? The sky looks suspiciously like it. That's right. No, having over 100 viewers on Twitch is not new. I've been raided before with, these big raids, and I've gotten, I think I've gotten really close to 1,000, but I didn't hang on to it. But I'm criminally underviewed on Twitch, okay? I'm persona non grata on Twitch. We have 2,600 people here on YouTube, but on Twitch, it's like very suppressed, exactly. Close the fucking door? What are you talking about? I do have a Twitch. You're ready to become a martyr. That's great. You're on your way. So you do know where the Adlon is. We'll have to look that up too. All right, here's a clip from a post from Dropsite News. Part of the strategy of this jihadist movement is to base its infrastructure of terror, let's say missiles, long-range missiles, in civilian surroundings. Israeli President Isaac Herzog told CNN when asked about the strike on a girls' elementary school in southern Iran that, according to Iranian media, has killed 165 people, most of them girls aged 7 to 12. He said he was trying to verify the reports but not provide further details. Geo confirmed, an OSINT group that verifies footage through geolocation says the destroyed school in the Nab Harmotskin province was located near an IRGC naval base that was also struck in the same wave of airstrikes. The group says there is no evidence the explosion was caused by a failed IRGC missile launch, and that the more plausible explanation based on available evidence is that the school was hit during the broader strikes on the base. And I'm just reminded with this response that Isaac Herzog gives the president of Israel. Remember that they famously claimed that Hamas also misfired a rocket that conspicuously took out, the entire Al-Shifa hospital early on after October 7th, early on in the genocide. And it turns out that was a bogus claim. It was actually an Israeli airstrike, of course. And even if the funny part is that even if a Hamas rocket misfired, it wouldn't have destroyed with the footprint that this strike created, this huge crater. Like, there's no way that like a simple rocket launcher or whatever kind of rocket they can make with, just like, it's very makeshift. They don't really have, the capabilities of a country like Iran, obviously. And then a couple months go by, or, maybe half a year, and then they strike. There actually is a misfiring by Israel, and it goes into the Druze community, which is actually occupied Golan Heights, which is actually should be Syrian land. And so they, and then they blame it on Lebanon. So when there's a misfiring by Israel, they say it was a deliberate attack by Hezbollah or Hamas or Iran. And when there's an intentional strike made by Israel, they'll tell you that it was a misfiring by their enemy. And still, they're still doing the president Isaac Herzog does this. Let's see. We haven't actually watched the clip, but
President Herzog, at least 148 people were apparently killed in a strike on a girls' school in Iran. That's according to local officials. CNN has not independently verified those numbers. Do you know what happened there?
No, we don't know. And we are trying to verify it, and we don't have
No, we have no idea. What are you talking about?
any facts to that effect. And we don't shy away from checking anything. But we also have to understand that part of the strategy of this jihadist movement is to base its infrastructure of terror, let's say
Terror. T-E-W-W-O-W. Terror.
missiles, long-range missiles, in civilian surroundings. So I don't know. And believe me,
I don't know.
I care for every citizen who lost his or her life. But what we have to do right now is offer a better future for millions and millions of
You have to understand, guys, people like President Herzog of Israel are just trying to free the Iranian women from the oppression that they face by their government. Have you seen the things that they're forced to wear? They're supposed to cloister themselves. So Israel did them one better, said, we're not going to liberate you from these cloistered clothes. We're just going to liberate you from your... It's a terrible joke. I'm not even going to finish it because we're talking about 160 schoolgirls, but it's just so dark. And there's such ghouls. It's like I have to satirize and ridicule them. It makes me so angry how they're able to get away with this. I do, Saeed. I do know how hard that is. Life's tough for all of us. Unless you're chosen, then it's extra tough. God really picked a really resilient people to start shit with. He's like, you guys can handle this. I'm just going to make you reviled the world wide over. All right, we don't have to listen to any more of him. Fuck that guy. He sucks. Here's another photo of Jerusalem being hit by an Iranian missile. Busted out car. This has to be a pre-recording because we know Milikowski is not in Israel, but he's trying to pretend like he is, but we know the truth. This post says Benjamin Netanyahu speaks from the roof of the IDF headquarters and says the war in Iran is about to intensify so much that painful days are coming. So he's the same thing that Trump is saying, basically. Look, guys, we're gonna get hit hard. There is going to be a lot of death in the streets. But this is his wet dream of a revenge fantasy. Not even revenge, really, but just a weird, sadistic fantasy that this demon has that he's been trying to accomplish for the bulk of his career. All right, trigger warning. I'm about to play this demon, so just I don't know, do what you have to do to prepare yourself.
אתמול חיסלנו את הרודן חמינאי, יחד איתו חיסלנו עשרות מבכירי משטר הדיכוי. כוחותינו הולמים עכשיו בלב טהרן בעוצמות הולכות וגוברות, וזה רק ילך ויתגבר עוד יותר במהלך הימים הקרובים. ועם זאת, אלה ימים כואבים.
Oh, is it?
אתמול...
It's not muted. Does anybody else say that it's muted?
כאן בתל אביב, ועכשיו בבית שמש, איבדנו אנשים יקרים. ליבי יוצא למשפחות, ואני שולח בשם כולכם אזרחי ישראל איחולי החלמה לפצועים. אנחנו במערכה שבה אנחנו מביאים את כל כוחות...
I wonder how many he had to pre-record to get it right. He had to kind of predict what they were going to do, right?
של צה"ל כפי שלא היה מעולם.
Like we know the prick is in Berlin. Like how is this video being released like he's in Tel Aviv?
למערכה הזאת כדי להבטיח את קיומנו ועתידנו. אבל אנחנו מביאים למערכה הזאת גם את סיועה של ארצות הברית, את ידידי נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ, את צבא ארצות הברית, ושילוב הכוחות הזה מאפשר לנו לעשות את מה שאני מייחל לעשות כבר 40 שנה. להכות את משטר הטרור שוק על ירך. כך הבטחתי.
The Joker music, yeah, that would work out well. That'd be a fitting soundtrack to that clip. So Israeli Channel 12 is actually saying this. They're reporting, they're saying, Iran is breaking the Geneva Convention. They're attacking our society. How dare they? Gee, you think? The mayor of Tel Aviv says as a result of Iran's attacks, 200 buildings have been destroyed. That seems kind of crazy that they would admit it at this point. Dr. Jill Stein says the myth of Israeli invulnerability going up in smoke, another reason this genocidal project's days are numbered. More. U.S. bases are no longer assets for the host countries. They're now dangerous liabilities. Remember that Australian lady we saw pearl clutching from a high-rise hotel in Dubai? And she's like, this is not supposed to happen. We're supposed to be safe here. And a lot of people are saying that this is a death sentence for tourism, for Western tourism from the likes of these Anglicans who come to Dubai to, I don't know, occupy more people's lands and gamble and engage in nefarious activities. This is a clip of Jeffrey Sachs, who's a based Giga Chad, confronting Danny Danon. Danny Danon was confronted by anti-Israel and anti-West Columbia professor Jeffrey Sachs after yesterday's UNSC meeting. Sachs is also a UN official and has regularly made claims that Zionists control the U.S. government. The Esther in Auschwitz. Remember that speech that he gave yesterday? And he's talking about the book of Esther. He's trying to tie in we've been persecuted in ancient times according to the book of Esther, and then also we were persecuted in Auschwitz. Of course, you got to invoke Auschwitz to justify your crimes. So the Esther and Auschwitz comment Sachs made were in reference to Danon's UNSC speech, which made mention of Esther and Auschwitz in the context of needing to act before a genocide of the Jews takes place. Russia and China wanted Sachs to brief the council, but the UK rejected it. So here's that confrontation.
Mark my word. Every time whatever and I'm doing Esther and Auschwitz. Those are your two ideas. Very clever. You can join a suicide. Suicide. No, it's suicide.
He says Esther and Auschwitz. That's really two great ideas. Well done, or something like that, sarcastically. And then he says, "You're welcome." And the guy said, "Suicide." Jeffrey says, "Suicide." You're
welcome to support Iran destroying Hamas and Hezbollah. You can fly there if you want.
I was hoping for more, but that was all we got. You spend years thinking you need therapy, but as it turns out, what you really needed was to watch Tel Aviv burn. That's all it took. So Propaganda & Co. says he literally admits that he pushed this war for 40 years, long before any nuclear program or ballistic missile. We just watched that clip, so we're going to watch it again. Glenn Deason says this is just ridiculous, this clip of Trump, but it suggests that Trump may have been fed some very poor information about the stability of the Iranian government. This is a pretty crazy clip. Look at all these emergency vehicles in Tel Aviv, or maybe this is Jerusalem, actually. Elan Mizrahi says it looks like the Iranians have hit something very sensitive in Jerusalem. The scene in Jerusalem now from a direct hit, this was 7 hours ago, a huge presence of ambulances and LEOs, likely to be many casualties. And, a lot of people are saying that they're getting hit really hard right now. And they, you know, whatever you think, whatever you're seeing, it's like far worse in Tel Aviv, in Israel. Okay. Tel Aviv is burning. Let's see. This is from 9 hours ago. Dude, how crazy is this clip? Look at this mushroom cloud.
מה זה הישן שם בנמל תל אביב? וואי וואי. אלוהים תחמוני! אלוהים! מה קרה? כל הנמל התפוצץ! תסגרי את החלון, אני לא מאמין. מה זה הישן שם בנמל תל אביב? וואי וואי. אלוהים תחמוני! אלוהים! מה קרה?
Now, that clip, I'm not sure if you remember how I said a lot of these posters are trying to go viral, and so they'll repost things from the 12-day war last year. So it's hard to tell if there's been so many attacks on Tel Aviv. It's like, which one is this again? No, this was 8 months ago. I'm not sure if that is if that's recent or if that's from that's what my point is. But this is what this guy says too, that this looks like Haifa. He says it might be from the 12-day war. Iran really busted up the Haifa port last year. I saw some analysis that the Haifa port was a major economic investment to turn Israel into the main port of the Middle East. Iran crippled that Zionist dream. Okay, well, Ice Cream Emperor, you're telling us that this has got to be a new video. It has to be a recent video. I don't know if anybody tried to ask Grok. Look, here we go. Everybody always asks Grok. Real or AI, Grok? This video is real footage, not AI. It shows a growing smoke plume over Tel Aviv's port/industrial area at dusk, consistent with eyewitness and news reports of Iranian missile strikes today, causing fires, building damage, and one fatality in the city. As reported, though, by Reuters, Guardian, and Haaretz. So, you know, that's likely to be much, much higher. Multiple similar clips from the scene are circulating. Okay, well, that's been authenticated. This is a harrowing scene in Tehran. Look at all these smoke clouds. Today, the Israeli-U.S. coalition attacked the following civilian targets in residential areas of Iranian cities. This is from 6 hours ago. IRIB offices. I still don't know what that stands for. I imagine it's the Iranian Revolutionary something offices, targeting journalists and media workers for exposing their war crimes. Gandhi Hospital, Abu Zar Hospital, and Avas, two apartment towers. So this is, I guess, this only in, this is across Tehran. I'm not sure where this exactly is. Yeah, across Iran, not across Tehran. And with the mountains behind them, it looks like a volcano exploded. So Tehran is also getting hit a lot, from what I can tell. Remember last month, Israel deployed its media assets for a propaganda campaign justifying the coming wave of terrorist attacks on Iranian hospitals and schools. We have received information from sources in Iran that the Islamic Republic regime stored military ammunition inside Imam Khomeini Hospital in Urmia yesterday. The regime plans to use the ammunition against... Where have we heard this before? They're literally saying that Iran is storing military ammunition inside a hospital. So... this is Gaza again? Is that what you're trying to tell us? It's the same fucking story, you know? It doesn't matter who they fight. There is no strategic depth to Israel. It's just terrorism. It's the Dahaya doctrine. They're here to deinstitutionalize all of their neighbors, to break their societies, punish and humiliate these civilians so that they force their will upon them, breaking their spirit, dividing their communities, balkanizing their state. That's always been Israel's game. Sadistic terrorists, man. This is my favorite form of content right here. It's Noah Tishby, a fellow Chosenite living in the Promised Land. What could be wrong with that? I mean, they must be having an awesome time to be chosen for the Promised Land and then to go be living in the Promised Land. She says Iran is firing ballistic missiles at Tel Aviv and areas all across Israel. Look at her.
Siren just happened on the road in the middle of the street. They said to lay down.
This is literally the content that Noah Tishby is known for. This is her brand. Every time there's a strike on Israel, she makes these videos, and I laugh.
And that's what we do. We lay down.
She's the one that said, "This is our reality," which went viral. So she's up to her old antics.
Oh.
Where is your family, girl? What are you doing? Make sure my hair looks good for the video. How do I look? How is this? Okay, are we ready? All right, roll. And action. Look at, she's got like her jewelry on, her gold watch.
It was either an
Oh my God, what a brave, what is she doing on the floor? Like, this does not help you. You're not going to be any safer like this.
Or a...
You silly bitch.
Or a hit. And then you're supposed to lay down for 10 more minutes.
Man, you guys got a whole protocol for living in fear.
Just in case there's a shrapnel. So here it is.
Yeah. Well,
Lying on the side of the street.
you're reminded of my spoof. Yeah, last year when the 12-day war was happening, I parodied Noah Tishby. And I did it again. I didn't do it again, but I had to respond. I had to reply. And it's almost, well, it's got a couple thousand likes, but it's not ratioing. This is my impersonation of Noah Tishby, by the way. Oh, it makes me chuckle. How many times did you rehearse this, weirdo? Adam is trolling me. How dare he? Adam's a friend. He's a Twitter friend. He's an online friend. Palestine News Network also commented, "We need an updated Rathbone skit," he says. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that, actually. So Adam was actually commenting on Noah Tishby. I didn't realize that. So yeah. He's saying, how many times did you rehearse this? Exactly what we were saying, right? Like camera, lighting, action. So she's getting eaten alive in the comments, and I'm here for that. I know. Did she try crying about it? Iran lights up the Israeli occupation in Palestine, says Richard Medhurst. Look at that. That's what Anna Kasparian was talking about a little earlier. How nice it looks at night. Tel Aviv looks real nice at night tonight. Oh, boy. More missile prawn. Iranian missile scores direct hit in Jerusalem moments ago from 8 hours ago.
Oh my God.
You know, it's sparse. We know that the few videos that we get, we're going to like treat as like they're precious metals and save them. So a lot of the same clips get reposted, but that's, you know, we know, as you know, Israelis are instructed that it's illegal to share any videos of the destruction. So, and you know, they're the cybersecurity team from the IDF. I mean, they're on it. They're monitoring all this shit. So we're not going to see much. We're going to just have to put our imaginations to work. The only democracy in the Middle East, so we've heard. Iran's Air Force has gained control over the skies of Israeli-occupied Palestine. Israelites express shock in native Judean accent as an Iranian missile strike nears them in Jerusalem after a dozen of AD interceptor failures. There's so many. Look at how many interceptors there are.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I think we saw this clip earlier too. But 3.
Oh my God!
Fuck, I don't have my popcorn. I forgot I wanted to make some popcorn for this special night.
Oh my God!
Oh my God.
Okay. So yeah, I think once that missile is like, all right, target acquired, it goes. You saw a little splurt of flame. I think that was just the missile caught in overdrive. Whereas before, I thought maybe that was an interceptor glazing it, but no, or grazing it. Iran is dropping cluster warheads on Israel right now. All right. France is now sending its Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier to support Israel, or to what? Wave the white flag, because that's all the French know how to do. Israel has bitten off more than it can chew. Man, they're scrambling everybody. Here's some footage from the aftermath of an Iranian strike against Jerusalem.
זה הזירה, פה, רמת שלמה פה, כניסה לרמת שלמה פה, הנה הפר, הרכב, כולם בסדר, אחד יצא, הנה הפיר. הנה מגיע עכשיו כל ההצלה. איזה שוק. איזה פחד.
Shucks is right, Mr. Shlomo Steen. Hypersonic missile strikes on Jerusalem by Iran. Here's some more footage for you.
נפילה שם, נפילה. הנה עוד אחד, נפילה שם. יואו!
Oh my goodness.
נפילה שם, נפילה.
I mean, like, you know, you're thinking, okay, there's a few lights in the sky, and then whoosh, wabam.
הנה עוד אחד, נפילה שם. יואו!
I see that you've just woken up and you're wondering, what are the updates? Let's switch out of Twitter and let's go to Al Jazeera. See what they're saying.
Wondering when things may return to normal.
When we woke up, we found out that the airports had been hit. So it's the unknown. So my daughter's meant to be flying back today. So we're going to find out if the airport's open. So that's the unknown. That's the nervousness, what we're, concerned about.
It's that unknown which hangs over the region, a region that's dependent on travel for its tourism and its workforce. And if the conflict in Iran continues, the aviation industry is likely to experience even more disruptions, impacting millions more. Kerry Wilton, Al Jazeera, Doha.
You're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. I'm Darren Jordan with our continuing extensive coverage of the joint Israeli-US attacks on Iran. And after 2 days of strikes and counterattacks, The conflict is now widening to Lebanon. Israel has launched a wave of strikes in response.
Okay, we've got a little bit of breaking news for you out there in the world. It appears, according to Douglas McGregor, who just shared this about an hour ago, he says it's been confirmed 40 injured, 9 people killed after an Iranian ballistic missile impact west of Jerusalem. And that's being reported from an hour ago. Seems like Iran's saying they don't want to negotiate. Militants attempting to storm U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Suicide bomber taken into custody. Firefight underway.
To cross-border fire from Hezbollah. At least 10 people have been killed in attacks on Beirut's southern suburbs, sending many fleeing for safety. Israeli forces have also launched strikes in the south and imposed forced evacuation orders on nearly 50 villages. Hundreds of thousands of people are now on the move. Well, this was the scene in Bekaa in southern Lebanon after an Israeli strike. The military has warned of more to come. Lebanon's president says Hezbollah's rocket fire into Israel has undermined efforts to keep the country out of the wider regional conflict. Israel says a senior Hezbollah commander has been killed in the strikes. Israel has been targeting Hezbollah positions in and around Beirut, causing destruction and fires in many areas. The armed group says its attacks were in retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Let's speak first to Zaina Hodder. She joins us live again from southern Beirut. Zaina, so let's talk first about this warning in the last few hours or so from the Israeli military to residents in parts of southern Lebanon to leave the area. And when you came to us earlier on, there were chaotic scenes behind you of people fleeing the capital, Beirut.
Yes, Darren, there is a humanitarian crisis in Lebanon. People on the move. Southern Lebanon, the Israeli army forcibly evacuating dozens of villages. People are making their way further north, some of them arriving in Beirut. People have also evacuated Beirut's southern suburbs, a cluster of neighborhoods where hundreds...
I just realized I look like one of those trolls. What are those magic trolls with the funny hair?
of thousands of people live. You can see behind
Fuck it.
me, we're now in Beirut city center, people in their cars sitting on the...
It's not pickle juice. If you were here yesterday, we ate pickled pizza. It was disgusting. But this is coffee. How dare you try to insult me?
Side of the roads. It's cold. The government is now opening shelters. Schools are closed so that they can house the displaced people. People are seeking shelter in mosques. There's a lot of uncertainty. Israeli strikes targeting residential buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs. They were in response to Hezbollah firing.
Hey, memory man, why don't I do you a favor and minimize you from this discussion? How would you like that? You piece of shit.
A barrage of rockets across the border. Hezbollah saying that they did this in retaliation for the killing of...
I don't give a shit what you can see, all right? You just became persona non grata on this stream. I'm going to make an example of you for the rest of the stream. You are my sworn enemy. Until tomorrow, I will forget it all and we'll be friends again. But for now, no, this is all-out war.
The late Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, a man Hezbollah and its supporters consider to be their divine leader. But in that statement, Hezbollah also saying that they did this because of the repeated, quote, Israeli aggressions against Lebanon. Now, it says that because it knows its decision to fire rockets across the border is going to draw a lot of criticism. In fact,
We're going to keep bouncing around, folks. I just wanted to see what Al Jazeera was saying.
We heard strong statements by the Lebanese president, the Lebanese prime minister, facilities and weapons depots belonging to the group. But going after a politician, even though Mohammed Rad is very close to Hezbollah Secretary General, would be seen as a turning point. And really, a lot of people here have been saying that Israel acts with no impunity. There's no red line. Hezbollah has lost deterrence. And that's why a lot of people are...
Me too, Scotty. Scotty, you're coming for me as well? That's nice. And I thought we were friends. I loved you like a brother. You broke my heart.
Asking, why would Hezbollah engage in such an act, knowing that it cannot change the outcome of the war? And
look, with plenty of exercise, dieting, and planning and preparing and hard work, you too can achieve this head of hair.
People of Pakistan to use lawful means to protest and not take the law into their own hands. But it's important to note it's not just Shia Muslims that are protesting. There's also Sunnis that are getting involved in these protests, because this is not just about the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei. This is about the anti-US sentiment, the anti-Israeli sentiment within the country, which is very, very strong.
All right, let's bounce over to Twitter and let's hop into Suleiman Space. They're always discussing the latest updates from the Middle East. So let's see what they're talking about. Sometimes it devolves into petty arguments between people, but let's see what they're doing right now.
Started, maybe that means Russia is expecting an even bigger escalation coming soon, but I need to verify that. But I am seeing it posted on Twitter.
Nice. So just a lot of dead air. That's great. All of Israel's in flames 41
Also
minutes
just
ago.
Explosions in Dubai.
Hey, that looks like an F-18, but you can't really tell from that distance. Just looking at the wing shape and everything. I'm just guessing.
I wonder what they're looking at. That's Ryan Dawson. He's based. Let's see. Let's go to Suleiman Space. I mean, his.
And there's been, I don't know if Nathan, did you mention this one? The Kuwait. There's an attack in. Sorry, Kuwait. There's another explosion in Kuwait, right? Yeah. So this, I've tweeted out the jet. The jet has gone down. That is crazy. That's in my. Let me actually put it in the nest so you guys.
Okay, so here's the jet crash that they're talking about.
You know, when you think about it, the pull of a lot of these Gulf countries is they are supposed to be extremely safe. So the fact that they're being gone from Iran and now American fighter jets are essentially making mistakes and crashing on the ground over there, it doesn't really bode well, you know, for these countries overall, because they've outsourced all of their defense, you know, to America. So this is going to cause a lot of economic problems for them too. That's how UAE attracts all this business. It's supposed to be, you know, one of the safest places in the region, and now they're getting lit up. So it's definitely not good for them.
Everyone leave the UAE. Escape. Save yourself. It is a demonic state. And in addition to that, you're no longer safe. They shouldn't have banned me. They shouldn't have banned your boy. They shouldn't have banned this innocent person, this nice guy who's all about love. This is what happens, UAE. You're the epitome of all evil. You're the epitome of all evil. But yeah, that's happened with the jet. The jet has gone down in Kuwait. The jet has gone down in Kuwait.
The tail, I'm not an aviation expert, but the tail looks like an F-35, guys. I don't know. I'm not going to hang. I'm not expert on it.
Yeah, it's I can't tell, to be honest, between it could be either the F-35 or the F-18. But yeah, I can see why both of you are saying possibly either one of the two. But yeah, that's down. Have we got any information on how it went down by any chance or not?
Well, you see something there. It was hit. Looks like there's a white plume and like a flash, and that's when it starts going down. So it looks like it was hit.
Some people saying F-15. Some people saying F-18. Nathan said Ryan is right. It's an F-18. Did you get confirmation?
So if I mute
Nathan,
the tab, can y'all still hear it? Because sometimes I want to talk over what they're saying, but I can't.
You know, I'm not an AV.
Can you guys hear me? It's an F-18, right?
To get
right.
to
I'll
be able to
confirm
mute
it.
when I want to.
Right,
okay. Wow, Ryan, way to go, bro.
How did he
Are you all still hearing?
By visual.
Or like you looked at it and you said it's an F-18 as well?
Yeah, so I went and got the two pictures, and I've compared the two, and then obviously the wing. If you look at it, the two bottom wings are going
I
down.
can
If you
hear
go
it
look
on
at
here.
a F-18, you'll see it's the exact same replica of what you see. So you have the
Yeah.
first wing section where it comes
doesn't
down
work.
in a triangle, goes cross,
That's so
and then you have
stupid.
the bottom fin sections that come out on the angle.
All right, my bad. Yeah, it doesn't work. I can mute the tab and it doesn't. There's like a separate sound source for me than there is for you. It still sends you the audio, but I don't hear it. So we had that confusion yesterday. So I don't know how to traverse that, but Crushing Might, thank you for that. Bonesaw, huh? I'll take it. I'm confused. Why are we still hearing audio? Oh, it's because it's from my phone. My bad. All right. I was confused because I was still hearing the space. But it's not there. All right. I am no longer confused. Here is some new reports just in. Ali Larijani, who I believe, isn't that the new Ayatollah? It says the Secretary of the Supreme National... Oh, no, he's the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran. Just in case you didn't know that. He says Trump plunged the region into chaos with his delusional fantasies and now fears more American troop casualties. With his delusional actions, he turned his self-made America First slogan into Israel First and sacrificed American soldiers for Israel's power-hungry ambitions. And with new fabrications, it is once again imposing the cost of assassinating, its own character on American soldiers and families. Today, the Iranian nation is defending itself. The armed forces of Iran did not initiate the aggression. 50 minutes ago, death toll from Israeli airstrikes on southern Lebanon has risen to 20. Here's another impact in Jerusalem. Boom, 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 Jerusalem. According to Trump, he says, I got him, meaning Khomeini, before he got me. They tried twice while I got him first. They didn't try twice. That is such a fucking lie. Aw, thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the 50 bomb. You are a gem. Thank you, Ambigubot, for letting me know. I don't always see the updates on Twitch, but I sincerely appreciate that. To all my Twitch friends and to the Anonymous Gifter, very kind of you. As usual, my angel investor who shall be left unnamed. You're number one in our hearts. Yes, we have about 2,500 people here on the YouTube Live. It's by far the biggest audience I've had on this page for sure. So if you guys are into the stream, please hit the like and the subscribe button. Every little bit helps. So 2,500 people here, but only 1,800 likes. I think we can do a lot better, right? So please share the stream. We're fighting an uphill battle being pro-Palestine, anti-Zionists, living and expressing ourselves on Zionist apps from Zionist states. I'm so fucking sick of this state called Israel. And so is the whole entire world. I mean, you have to think that this is what they wanted. They're fulfilling their biblical prophecy. They wanted this. They want to be reviled. Grok is super sure that Bibi isn't in Berlin. Top Israelis have verified the information. Top Israelis. He's downing hypersonics with his matzahs. So what is your takeaway from that, Jonickberg? Is Bibi in Berlin or is he not? Well, we know his plane landed in Berlin and it circled the Mediterranean Sea for 7 hours yesterday because it was denied the airspace into Cyprus where he was wanting to go, but he fled to Western Europe. He enjoys full protection by the state of Germany. And thank you, coffee lover. I appreciate you. I will get another coffee. Thanks for your continued support. I sincerely appreciate it. So, Bibi's on Epstein Island, you guys think, huh? I think he's in Germany. I think that guy's a fucking pussy. Like what happened last time? The 12-day war, 2025. He fled to Cyprus. We all made jokes about it, right? It was Operation Rising Lion? No. It was Operation Fleeing Coward. Bibi's in the Fuhrer bunker. That's right. He's Fuhrer maxing. He's bunker maxing. And it's pretty fitting. We've talked about it, so I won't repeat myself, but Emiratis are hiding in parking lots. Oh my God, that's so loud. Jesus Christ. Oy vey, my ears. Yep, guys, this is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass. Here's Yemen, military propaganda. Hey, Goju, I will take it. Gojo Satoru. Thank you, buddy. John Bolton says regime change in Iran will not be achieved. Yeah, in other news, the sky's fucking blue, John. More like John Dalton, right? Idiot. Israeli army calling and threatening Lebanese citizens, a threat via a call to citizens in southern Lebanon speaking on behalf of the Israeli enemy army. I love psychological warfare, don't you? Let's see. Ha, that's high praise. We'll take it. Thank you, Venta Molotov. We try, you know. I have no stake in this system. I'm just here to objectively observe and notice what is true about our world. And I want to be able to articulate that to you so that we can all defend ourselves intellectually when it comes time to do so. We got to stay informed. The J supremacists hate nothing more than a well-educated goy, and one devilishly handsome to boot, I might add. Just in, color revolution failed. U.S. intelligence assessments suggest no defections within Revolutionary Guard during anti-government protests. All right. Okay, Thugbone. Okay. Look, I can't help it if I'm feeling myself. I got to kiss myself. I'm so pretty. Sometimes I just look in the mirror for hours at my reflection. I'm like, wow, you magnificent bastard. I'm just kidding. I don't do that. I have a pretty, pretty even keeled at this point, I have to say. Hey, thank you for that. Super. I wonder what kind of currency that is. 250, what is that? Palestinian bucks? Thank you, JH. I would think more, how can I fix that? Yeah, you would, Saeed. You would, but we would expect that from a middle-aged, balding boomer such as yourself. I was trying to think. No, not at you. I look over because I'm thinking. All right, southern Beirut in Lebanon is gridlocked tonight after the strikes. Roads are completely jammed with cars bumper to bumper, red taillights stretching as far as the eye can see. Beirut Airport Road targeted in Israeli strikes. So much wreckage. Panic in Shatila Camp, Beirut. Video shows crowds rushing through narrow alleys at night after an Israeli strike. Multi-story building severely struck in southern Beirut, Lebanon. How do they have so much weapons? How is Israel able to sustain? Oh, that's right. My tax money. Fuck. CENTCOM has classified the U.S. military assets used against Iran in Operation Epic Fury. I mean, are they trolling us, you think? I mean, they had to have seen the glaring, obvious takeaway from the name of the operation. Like, and as soon as you see Operation Ep, it's like, Epstein? Everybody thought that, you know? You see Operation Epic Fury when the Department of War said, this is Operation Epic Fury. People are like, are you kidding me? And then you find out, like, well, Epic Fury, Epstein files, they've got to be trolling us. That's right. Overweight, balding, middle-aged, happily married man. Thank you very much. And you own it, and that's what matters. That's all that matters. You know, we just we tease the ones we love, Saeed. And I'm not telling you any information that you haven't told me, so I feel like it's fair game at this point. You set yourself up for this, all right, sir? That 910 is triggering my OCD. What 910? What are you talking about? Yeah, we just saw that. The fighter jet that got shot over Kuwait. They don't know what type of fighter jet it is. But I mean, they say that, but then some people are saying it's an F-35. I mean, nobody's. I don't know what post you're seeing that. Oh yeah, on Instagram. Yeah, is 6 of 7 now the new or 910 the new 6-7? Oh, you're talking about my goals. I see. Oh, we hit the goal. We hit the super chat goal. Thanks, guys. Hey, pound my fist. All right, now pound my mouth. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. That was just a joke. That was dirty. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. In a video game. Never mind. Slide into my DMs. Pause. Fisting me right now, are you? Hang on. Let me bend over first, guys. Jesus, can you at least buy me dinner? Fuck. So the military assets in Operation Epic Fury are as follows. This will be on the test, so make sure you're taking your notes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. What is it? Who is he? Tomer Bar. Tomer. More like tumor. Tumor Bar. Tomer Bar is dead, guys. Do y'all know who that is? I know. Sad. Sad to say. Let's take a look. I forgot about this. I do recognize that name somewhat. But this guy got roasted and toasted. He got his cheeks clapped, y'all, by the Iranian True Promise. Tomer Bar is they say is, but we have received reports that he's dead, such as the Times of Islamabad, in fact. Of course, you're not going to hear any of this from the West, any Western media outlets. Duh. All right. Thank you, Mood Basket, for becoming a YouTube member on the live. I appreciate that. But Tomer Bar was an Israeli general and the commander of the Israeli Air Force since 22. He has served as an F-16, F-15 pilot, yada, yada, yada. Oh, here, wait, actually, let's do this. Let's read the article. Tomer Bar has Israeli Air Force commander been killed in an Iranian strike. And he was so chosen. It's really very sad to see. Aren't y'all just crying tears of joy? Keep giving him shit, mate. Warmest regards from Australia. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will, with your help, and I want you to do it as well. You know, it's all of us. We're all doing this. We got to keep on him. I know now I'm forced to like the Australians because they super chatted me. This is a sad day in hell for me. I can't believe I've been forced to compliment an Australian. This is bad. Bad news. My brand is damaged irrevocably. The IRGC has claimed a major success in a targeted operation against Major General Tomer Bar, the commander of the Israeli Air Force, amid escalating cross-border military exchanges between Iran and Israel. Nar. Have another shrimp on the Narby. All right, that was dumb. The announcement from the IRGC marks a bold assertion in the ongoing shadow war that has intensified following recent large-scale strikes. Iranian state-affiliated channels and social media outlets circulated the claim, describing the operation as a precise hit on a high-level Israeli military figure. Tomer Bar, who has led the Israeli Air Force since April 22, played a central role in recent aerial campaigns. He publicly addressed IAF pilots and crews after massive strikes on Iranian targets, praising the execution of operations that reportedly hit hundreds of sites and degraded Iran's air defenses and missile capabilities, but also killed 160 school children, which seems conspicuously exempt from this article. The IRGC's declaration comes in the context of retaliatory missile and drone barrages launched by Iran against Israel and regional U.S. bases. Iranian officials have framed these actions as responses to prior attacks that eliminated key figures, including Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, and a joint U.S.-Israeli operation codenamed Roaring Lion. Reports indicate that waves of Iranian missiles dubbed Operation True Promise iterations targeted Israeli military installations. The IRGC later detailed successive phases, including the 6th through 8th waves involving ballistic missiles and drones aimed at strategic locations. Israeli sources have not confirmed any harm to Tomer Bar. Well, of course, they're not going to do that. Recent statements from the IAF commander show him actively engaged in operational briefings and site visits, including assessments of Hatzerem Air Base alongside senior defense officials. Independent verification of the IRGC claim remains absent. Social media posts amplifying the announcement often originate from partisan accounts, with some observers labeling them as propaganda efforts to project strength amid setbacks. The broader conflict traces back to cycles of escalation. In late February 26, joint U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. We already know all this. Seems a bit propagandistic to be. Almost seems like they're running cover for Israel. Well, I guess we can't say it's been confirmed, although we are receiving reports that this guy is dead, like deader, like super dead. Like so dead. Like you'd think he was a doorknob because he's that dead. Here's the American pilot from the crashed warplane in Kuwait.
Police? Yes. 1 minute. 1 minute. لا شبه الدبة. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
No politique. No politique here. The dude's just chilling. He's got his aviators on. He's like, man, y'all got any Budweiser? Y'all got a mini fridge back here? I'm thirsty. The complete shutdown of all lights in the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. We just saw that. Breaking: New York financier Jeffrey Epstein has been killed by an Iranian missile in Tel Aviv. No, Jeffrey. Don't go. Too soon. Too soon to be making those jokes. You still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, guys? And meanwhile, the Dow is at 50K? You fuckers are heartless. Still talking about some dead dude. How many Americans have to get Allahu Akbar before we realize Islam is a problem? What a fucking jerk. Shut up, loser. We made a 100 million AI movie about Operation Epic Fury in less than 1 day. Yes, this is 100% AI. Wow, they've already made a $100 million AI movie about Operation Epic Fury. I'm so excited. Let's give a look. JD Vance, man, talk about Oompa Loompa. One of the chatters said that I looked like Oompa Loompa, but like, what do you got on this guy? This is me if I just had no aspirations in life. I like how he's got like plumber boots on. I don't think that that's what you need to be wearing as a fighter pilot, but maybe for an operation called Epic Fury. It's like the gladiator scene when he's in the wheat fields and he's got his hand out. Asshole, all right? I don't need you to, like, I already made a joke at my own expense. That's not license for you to say, "Oh, yeah, let's lather it on. Let's make this streamer feel more uncomfortable than he already is." He does have beautiful blue eyes, though. Write it for these freaking songs. Simon and Garfunkel. Holy shit, that is a fat bastard. I didn't know JD Vance was 4'3", little munchkin. Wow. That was hard R. That was highly regarded. All right, DD Geopolitics from an hour ago says the math of this war is devastating for the U.S. and its allies. Reports indicate 6-7. There it is again. 6 to 7 interceptors are being fired per incoming Iranian missile. 6 to 7 interceptors are being fired for every Iranian missile, and they're still not doing anything. Like, the missile makes its way to its target. Iranian missiles estimated cost per unit for a Shahab 3 is 1 to 2 million. Imad Ghadir, I don't know what any of this shit means. 2 to 3 million. These are different kinds of missiles. The Fateh 110, 500,000 to 1 million. Houthis proxy drones 20 to 50,000 each. The Allied interceptors estimated cost per unit 3 to 5 mil. 2 to 3 mil. David Sling 1 to 2 mil. SM-3 from the Navy is 15 to 30 mil. THAAD interceptors 12 to 15 mil. Patriot defense is 4 to 6 mil. So at 6 to 7 interceptors per missile, $1 $2 million Iranian missile costs the coalition $18 to $100 million to defeat. Yeah, that's not very good math. Iran has fired 200 plus missiles. That's potentially tens of billions in interceptors burned in 48 hours. Iran doesn't need to win the air war. They just need to make it financially unsustainable. Every missile they launch drains the Western arsenal and the budget. This is asymmetric warfare at its purest. Iran is bleeding the empire. So yeah, we're always going to get these clips. There's always the same clips over and over because we have a nationwide blackout in Israel from any Israelis sending or documenting with their phones any of the wreckage. Thank you for that, Super Wanders. American F-15 crashing to the ground. There's, oh, this looks like a different video. Unless it is a different video, but maybe it's a different fighter jet. American F-15 crashing to the ground, taken down by an Iranian air defense. Trump sacrificed America's military for Israel. Dang, that thing was smoking. That thing was on fire. Here's another. See, I think this might be something else. Yeah, that's a different one. Wow. It didn't even explode or anything. It just went flap. An American fighter jet that was on its way to massacre children in Iran crashed in Kuwait. Reports claim it was shot down. This is the legacy of Trump in one video. This is how Myron Gaines started his live stream today.
This is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. You brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. This is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. You brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed.
I'm going to prison. Oh my God, that was so. That was awful. Let's watch it again.
This is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. You brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed.
We're just doing an Israeli pastime, folks. We're dancing.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. This is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. You brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed.
We just wanted to dance.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. This is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. You brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. This is what you get for all your evil deeds.
I like this guy's style.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. You brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed.
Oh man, that was funny. Can I show the video? Yeah, we watched that yesterday, actually. It was on the Discord. Very funny. Thank you, Kate. But we did already watch it. It'd be a little redundant to watch it yet again. But it is available in the Discord. Those dance moves violate international law. Thank you. Pretty fucking hilarious, dude. Oop. Dance, dance, dance. Shit your pants, pants, pants. Representative Nancy Mace says, if you're angry that Iranian women might finally be free, you need to seriously examine your values and yourself. I channeled Ben Shapiro for that reading of the tweet. Well, I mean, we have to just remark here that this representative is talking about an operation that killed 160 schoolgirls. And we're that's why we're angry. How do I put this? We're angry that 160 Iranian girls were slaughtered for the crime of attending elementary school. You soulless ghoul. Ugh. This should go viral. Iran just sunk the USS Liberty, guys. The American pilot who parachuted down after his planes were destroyed stands there terrified and scared while Arabs film him.
صدنا يا الربع لو نازل من الباراشوت صدنا الباراشوت يا الربع حق طين صدنا يا الربع.
Look at him standing there holding his dick. This fucking people call him Evil Hassan Hen Matzik. Fucking shameless Israeli propagandist. He says, from the multitude of explosions and divisions of the missiles, the latest barrage launched from Iran tonight might include a cluster of munitions. It is a war crime. They are banned under international law. So now they want to acknowledge international law. The very thing they've been violating since the inception of their settler colony. Ryan Grimm says, I'm sorry, they're banned under what now? International law? Israeli crying about international law. Imagine that. Fancy that. Look at us go. We've got another based individual in the chat. Anthony Aguilar. What's up, buddy? We are the bad guys. The axis of evil, facts fighting a war for PDF, cover-up, and criminals. Thank you, Anthony. And I appreciate your super, buddy. Saeed, you might as well leave. Anthony's here. Don't be scared. A little earlier, we had another celebrity in the chat. We had Anna Kasparian. That was pretty cool. We thank you, Anthony. We got to get you on the show again, buddy. You've been making the rounds, I see, and that's awesome. I always share all your posts, and you do great work. Y'all give Anthony Aguilar a follow. Oh, no, it was definitely her, Ambiguous. Don't you dare try to steal my thunder. That was totally Anna Kasparian. And that just like, I mean, I expressed some speculation when Anthony first showed up in my chat. I was like, there's just no way. There's no way. Humble, old, modest me and my little live stream. The little live stream that could. There's no way. But it turns out it was factual. So stop trying to be a buzzkill, Ambi. It's called exposure therapy. Yeah, that's good. That's a good strategy. You'll finally overcome eventually after you're bald. Just kidding. All right, we saw the injured American pilot. So this is, we're just going through more of the updates on my feed. Anthony with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. Breaking news, Trump just deployed the USS Jeffrey Epstein and the Littoral Combat Ship, the LCS Bondi. Half of the ship is redacted, so it can't be destroyed. And the LCS Bondi is raising the Dow. Perfect! Anthony is quite a satirist, isn't he? I like that. Yeah, why don't they just start making the ships out of, like, the redacted material? It seems to be indestructible. Andrew Tate is dancing as the bombs fall. And that's, I don't understand why you guys are still talking about Epstein. Why don't you appreciate what Trump has done for the economy, dude? Fuck. Let's see, this is being reported from Russia Today. Pentagon delete that Iran hit Israel's top fuel producer. Before and after screenshots by Press TV. This is U.S. Central Command. Oh, so they edited their own tweet, and then in the edit they deleted the Haifa oil refinery that got allegedly. This is what that says. Here is beautiful footage of Tel Aviv burning to the ground.
אוטובוס שלם עולה באש. אוטובוס שלם עולה באש. מכוניות, אנשים. אני לא מאמין.
You're about to get deleted from this chat because Iran did not get deleted. If Iran got deleted, that's weird that there still are missiles flying and touching Israel right now. A barrage, in fact. So I think that you might be coping. Maybe you could try coping harder about it. Breaking, Russia is evacuating its diplomats from Israel under direct orders from President Vladimir Putin. The Israeli Defense Force is reporting that they will not bow down to Iran. They will not be defeated. They will fight until the last American soldier has laid down their life for Israel. And then they'll go back to Europe after that. Israel gave you ass cancer? Oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear that. My condolences. Iran existed before his ancestors learned how to speak, and it will exist far after they do learn. Yeah, no doubt. The Persian nation is a proud people. What is it, 5,000, 7,000 years old? Look at this. Anna Kasparian, who was totally in the chat earlier, has incited an Islamist group to do what? To execute myself? What? Yeah, sure thing. In a video, she used this term, laughing like hyenas, and cropped the video to misrepresent that Goldie and I were laughing at war, when in reality we were laughing at Cenk blaming every conflict in history on Israel because of her misleading. Oh, why don't you try crying harder about it? You're defending genocide? Get fucked. I don't care. I ain't reading all that. Free Palestine. Another 15 massive explosions in Bahrain are being reported. So it's just going to, I think there's just going to be an endless barrage. It seems like some people are saying for the next 4 days, for the next week, it's going to be like this, night after night. We saw Milikowski tell his people, hey, there's going to be a lot of pain in the coming days. So they know. They're prepared. They're like, look, we're about to destroy our countries, America and Israel. But don't worry, we're making a lot of money off of this. Because there's no real national identity anymore, folks. There's no such thing as nationalism in an age of the Epstein class, you know, this super, how did Whitney Webb put it? She always puts it so well. It was like a supranational government. It's like it supersedes a national government. These people are transnationalists, and it's a very informal network of highly privately powerful individuals who control the global finance system and control the state machinery that reinforces that finance system. Thank you, Anthony. Trump to replace the Merriam-Webster with the Trump-Addison dictionary that replaces the classic definitions of anti-Semite. Obliterate. Yeah, obliterated is a very incremental term I've come to realize. You can obliterate something in stages over a long period of time. Replaces America with Israel, mandatory in all schools. I'm signing up for that. It's better than the education system that we do have, where every book that our children read is supplied by Ghislaine Maxwell's company, McGraw-Hill. I'm sure y'all all know about that. Ayatollah was older than the state of Israel, no doubt. Ayatollah was born in 1939. So he's about a decade older than the fake state of Israel, the phony fake state of Israel. Well, apparently no, Trump is not on Epstein Island, but he is at Andrews Air Force Base. Or it's Fort Andrews. I don't know if Andrews Air Force Base is the same as Fort Andrews. Maybe Anthony would know. But I believe Trump is at Fort Andrews in Boston right now. Address? And Milikowski is apparently at the Adlon in Berlin. Just throwing that out there for all my German friends. He's at the Adlon, Adlon. Allegedly. Let's see. I'm going to look up Adlon in Berlin. It's Hotel Adlon Kempinski. Let's see. Let's get the coordinates. It's the home of timeless luxury. This is Netanyahu's hotel right now. We could book a stay. Let's go. Let's go stay at the Hotel Adlon in Berlin. Yeah, and Milikowski's wife and son are in Miami enjoying hot tea on their balcony, overlooking the beach. Yeah, the wife of Netanyahu, I think her name's Sarah. She's another ghoul. They say she's worse than Netanyahu. I find that hard to believe, but could be. She's always glaring menacingly, looking up at him from behind his desk as he speaks to us sometimes when he gives interviews. But yeah, she never left the States when Netanyahu made that state visit in December. So they you know, like Larry Johnson and Lawrence Wilkerson were saying months ago, like the decision's been made. Colonel Douglas McGregor as well. The decision's been made already. It's just a question of when they get their ducks in a row and all this. And that's exactly what played out. And people were making fun of us for, you know, weeks for saying, oh, it's going to be war. It's going to happen. It'd probably be this weekend. Well, okay, the weekend would go by and be like, well, maybe Friday again. But it ended up coming through. And here we are, World War III. Trump's favorite book is Hustler, and he speaks no languages. Well, he likes, he likes picture books. I was trying to think of a funnier joke if I could one up you, but I can't. I was thinking maybe like, I don't know, Children's Digest or something. I was going to make a PDF joke, but I can't think of one. So thank you, Floritaka, for becoming the latest member on the YouTube Live. Guys, please hit that notice button. Please hit that subscribe button. That every bit helps. And follow Anthony Aguilar, please. On YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. There's his page right there. So, the Adlon in Berlin. Just in case you were wondering. More like digest children, yeah. That was my point. That was what I was going with, but I know there's no such thing as a children's digest. There's the Reader's Digest. Bums and nipple. There you go. Butthole Netanyahu in the bunker. Is Samson option next? It could be. It could be. I mean, that's a dark prospect, but that's the world we live in these days. And apparently, and I don't know if this is true, but this is what Harrison Smith reported, that the nukes that Israel has are not actually in Israel. They're apparently in submarines that are off the coast of Europe. Is that true? I mean, that's just what I heard. I have no idea. But I know they apparently tested a nuclear bomb in Dimona. So are there nukes in Israel? Or are they on submarines floating in the sea? Iran targets the Hyatt, yes, in Riyadh. We saw that. Iran is busy in its campaign of making hotel prices more affordable again in the Middle East, and that's a noble effort, I think. Let's switch back over to Twitter, and we'll take a look at Suleiman's space. And so there's two, so far as what's being reported is that there's 2 American fighter jets that have been shot down by Iran. One is in Kuwait, and another one, this one, doesn't tell us where it is. But we can assume that they were involved in conducting airstrikes against Iran. The Hyatt story is not true. Oh. Saeed would know. He's our ground on the ground reporter in the Middle East. So Saeed is telling us that is actually not true. We did see a photo of it, so I guess maybe the photo is spurious of it as well. But it looked like the whole Hyatt building was just blown the fuck out. What the hell is this?
Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like Iraq War number 2. Iraq War number 2. I like the look of those oil supplies. I'd be ashamed if someone invaded you. And if someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. Bomb I bomb them night and day. But destroy USA.
Oh my God, it's like a whole song with like verse, chorus, bridge, chorus.
A drone appears above your head. A mower bomb comes falling down on you. Falling down on you. The fleet is moving nearer still. The Strait of Hormuz, it comes in view. The oil must flow through. And I ran so far away.
Kind of does sound like how Trump would sing if Trump sang.
I bomb them night and day, but destroy USA.
Imagining Trump as an emo artist from the 80s is pretty funny. Poor JD Vance, man. He's just memed to death. No, wait. Fuck him. Not poor JD Vance. Sorry. I almost threw up after saying that.
A tiny hit hits a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. World War III, 'cause Israel told me to. All for Netanyahu.
Ooh, got him. He's the cameraman.
And
he's producer Berg, of course.
and I read so far away.
I love how there's these crazy drum fills, and then you just cut to Marco Rubio, and he's like not doing them.
Upon my red, upon them night and day. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. Up destroy USA.
It's funny, you know, it's pretty awesome. I just wonder how many, I mean, not to be a bugaboo or a buzzkill, but I just wonder how many children in Kenya are starved for that video. Just so we can have this AI slop, you know? Because I'm just alluding to the fact that the AI supply chain is completely exploitative and should be abolished. But that's another discussion. Here's a shot of Jerusalem. Sweet home, Yerushalayim. That's my favorite. Get to say I told you so. All right.
Wow.
Send it to me in the Discord.
Oh my gosh.
It's like watching a wide receiver slip past the cornerback and the free safety, and he just goes Hail Mary for a touchdown. Look at all these interceptors. Sometimes it's hard to tell which one's the missile and which one's the interceptor. So it's just like cool, like flying above your heads, like just you know, a couple 100 million blown up. There goes my healthcare money. See? These are not even hypersonic missiles, you know? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that they are. I think they're like part of the old stock. I am a wide receiver. You're right. Actually, you know, I used to play football in high school. I was actually, I was supposed to go pro, but then I tore my ACL. What? You're laughing? I tore my ACL. I was the #1 football prospect for the college draft in 2004. And then I tore my ACL. But I was trying to tell you, my nickname in high school as a wide receiver was Greased Lightning.
Looks like there was a live hit over there. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Excuse me? How old am I? I'm 47 years old. I'm 53 years old. I'm 6'7" with heels.
Looks like there was a live hit somewhere over there.
I mean, I told you. Yeah,
was
thank
crazy.
you. Somebody can do math. Sweet home Jerusalem. This is from 2 hours ago. No longer a conspiracy theory. Or Israel just used a direct energy weapon. Israel used their high-powered laser weapon, the Iron Beam. Big fucking deal. During Biden's term, the media worked relentlessly to fact-check these weapons as conspiracy theories. Let's take a look and judge for ourselves. What do you say? Oh, that does look new. Looks like it's not doing shit, though. I mean, what is it? What? I don't know if anybody has a context for this, but I don't really know what's happening. It just seems like they're fizzling out after being shot. What's the point of that? It blew up a rocket? Did it? I couldn't tell. Maybe. It's called a DO, not to be confused with a Jew. But if a Jew is operating the DO, it's a Jew-do. A direct energy weapon. A directed energy weapon. I knew that as soon as I started reading this, I knew this was satire. One of the explosions revealed an ancient cave system, on a stone tablet that was found from, 100 million BC. So before humans were even around, there was a stone tablet found that was written in pure English, by the way, in the king's tongue. The Persians are 1 week away from a nuclear bomb. But no, like seriously though, now, definitely. They're definitely like, no, but like just please, just like 1 more week, guys. Just give me 1 more week. Okay? Please? It's gonna happen. Massive explosions being reported in Bahrain. Have a look at this. My goodness. What would you do if you had this barreling to? I would go the other way, I tell you. Yeah, I don't know why are these cars going into the smoke? Tell me, break the news. Jerusalem's getting shellacked right now? Another captured American fighter down in Kuwait. Here's a shot of me liking all the tweets of Tel Aviv getting hit by missiles. Dude, can you believe right now in Israel, it's illegal to order DoorDash? I can't believe it. This is an outrage. Why would DoorDash be so anti-Semitic? People are talking about the cost of all this and how it's unsustainable. Iran fires one missile, cost $250K. America fires 11 Patriot interceptors to stop it, cost $44 million. It's that same math that the Houthis noted when they were shooting down drones in the Red Sea and attacking commercial ships. So it doesn't seem like this is a sustainable thing, you know? People are going after Ian Miles Chong. I don't know who that is. Never heard of him, but apparently he's a Zionist shill. We have 28 bases in the Middle East with boots on the ground. I didn't know the number of that, actually. I knew it was a lot, but 28, that is excessive. So, Anthony, I wonder if you believe the reports that Iran has inflicted 560 American casualties. We're only hearing reports of like a couple being killed, but it's likely that the number's obviously much higher. But Iran is saying, and that was their goal. Remember, before they started this, before when they were trying to deter the United States from attacking, they said, if this happens, we've gamed it out, and we need to inflict 500. That was their number, 500 casualties. I'm getting a video of the next wave of missiles has not even arrived yet, and it already looks pretty bad. It's a shot of a street in Jerusalem. No, Tel Aviv. That's on TikTok. I'd show it to you, but we don't have access to TikTok anymore. Okay, so here, let's go back to the Suleiman space for a second. I know, I appreciate that.
It's not looking great at all. Let me bring this guy up. Let's bring this guy up as well. Yeah.
Back, Dalton, the point you were making earlier, just to take it back to the Iran point.
I'm actually, but just make sure you keep it on track, because if you don't, then I'm just gonna, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't take it off track. It wasn't even between me and him. So on the Iran point, I know I'm gonna take heat, but I'm actually kind of on the imperial, rah go USA side, right? But I just don't see how you think that this falls under that category, and there's actually no benefit that I see in what's
okay. I
right?
don't think that this is necessarily worth a response, because I specifically said that this does not fall under that category. We are being used as a sidekick to Israel. I literally laid it out that they, as reported by the Wall Street Journal, that that Israel was going to be striking Iran regardless, and we made a last-minute decision to essentially serve them and suck their cocks once again in the Middle East, where we really should not be wasting time in. We should allow these people to essentially exist.
Let's leave that cocksucking conversation and move on to something more reputable. I'm going to switch over to Al Jazeera.
RGC says that it is continuing to strike back with the retaliatory actions. And we know that according to the latest statement that they have sent out, they are saying that 9th wave of the operations by the IRGC, or the revolution.
Anthony's got no stocks, no bonds, nor investments. He has a Blockbuster video credit. Are you serious, Anthony? That is blasphemy. Also, you're kind of dating yourself with the whole Blockbuster thing. We're so millennials, aren't we? I remember Blockbuster. I grew up with Blockbuster. And a framed photo of me, yours truly. That's so sweet. Anthony Aguilar says he's got a framed photo of me on his desk, which he dotes on regularly every day. Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, no, you guys, you got to follow Anthony Aguilar. He's running for Congress, the House of Representatives out of North Carolina, and he's anti-Zionist. He's pro-Palestine, and he needs your help, okay? So next time you're on, you're going to show it. All right, good. Because I don't believe it's real. I think you're faking. But I can't wait. I can't wait. And we're going to set it up. We're going to get you on soon. I just know it. So, but before we do, I should also, let's go just here. I'm going to show them your campaign, and we're going to shill it out for the people. I always get this wrong. It's Anthony Aguilar. I'm going to get it right now. Anthony Aguilar.
Particularly higher than the rest, which could...
Is it Anthony Aguilar for uscongress.com? Why is this not? None of these seem to work. .org? No. Shit, I can't find the link, but I wanted to share about Anthony's campaign,
including
where you can, see what he's up to and help him in his candidacy for the House of Representatives. We need more Green Party candidates representing the people. Okay, what are you laughing at, Saeed? Are you laughing because I can't find the website?
The remnants of an intercepting missile a missile that hit a shelter yesterday, resulting in the killing of 9 Israelis. And there were reports of 11 more people going missing. Now, these information we've only heard of or we're able to corroborate.
Okay, just for a second here. Just to see how it feels. Here is Anthony Aguilar for U.S. Congress. I found the website. I don't know why it was giving me shit, because I definitely had it right, but it was saying couldn't find it, but I found it. It's Aguilar for U.S. Congress. My bad. I put Anthony Aguilar, but it's just Aguilar for USCongress.com. Here's his website, and you can read about his campaign. You can join the campaign. You can donate. And, we got a rather large audience here, and so I got to do my due diligence and let people know and spread the word when we got good political activism developing here. So there's the link. And shit. Let's reshare that. One thing we haven't done, by the way, is checked out the Discord. I should probably do that. Add to the stage. Bada bing, bada bang, bada bing, bang, boom. Okay. All right. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel retired Anthony Aguilar running to ensure government works for the people of North Carolina's 13th district, not for billionaires or war profiteers. It's time to redirect our resources from endless wars to urgent needs here at home. Yeah, so Anthony doesn't take corporate donations. No Green Party candidate does. And so he needs our support. He should be appointed to Viceroy of Israel. Yeah. Well.
If you're watching Western media coverage of the Iran-Israel crisis, you might be witnessing a rather upside-down, topsy-turvy, bizarro view of the world, of reality. You're not being told everything. You're being given skewed perceptions. For example, if you're watching Western media coverage, you might come away with the impression that Iran attacked Israel out of the blue and Israel is responding, when it's the other way around. We all saw on Thursday night that it was Israel that launched an illegal act of aggression against Iran. Iran is the victim here. Israel is the aggressor. But in the Western media coverage, Israel is the victim always.
We know Mehdi Hassan.
Why are you hearing me, the little kid?
What?
Why are you hearing me, the kid, Sean? I Smash Plumbing.
Hey, I'm not.
That's you, right?
That's not me.
You're going to get real cooperative here, or you're going to get fucked up, or the police are going to come.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What you got in your pockets? Get your hands out your fucking pockets. Hey, stay the fuck put. What you doing, bro?
Help, please help me.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my.
Help.
Hey,
Help.
hey.
Help me.
Hey.
Help me.
Bro, that's my phone, bro.
Help me. Please help me. He's not armed. He's not armed. He's not armed.
Hey,
He's not armed.
why are you trying to meet a little kid today?
I'm not. I don't know who you are.
What you here doing? Don't grab my arm, bitch.
Please help me.
This man's trying to meet a 13-year-old kid for sex. His name is Sean.
Oh, gotcha.
Get your ass outside, bitch.
You want some Dr. Pepper?
Right.
Holy shit.
Hey, get your ass outside. You trying to rape a kid? You trying to rape a kid today, Sean?
Please.
This man's a child predator. Wrong way, child predator. Sean
shit.
from Miami, Ohio.
I'll get him again.
Miami, Florida. Miami, Florida, child predator. Miami, Florida, child predator. Sean. He's with Smash Plumbing. He said, "We're gonna get your license plate. And we're gonna get this to the detectives, and your ass is
Holy
exposed for trying to
shit,
fuck
the
with little
dude's-
kids."
Please, I don't
You
know who
understand?
are.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, look, he's like, yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it, though. Please, I don't know who you are. This is not the way an innocent person behaves if they're getting beaten up in public for no reason. This guy is so guilty. He's like, okay, I get it, though. Just let me be on my way. Holy shit. That was crazy.
أعيد وأكرر لولا دعم إيران للمقاومة في فلسطين
I mean, by all accounts, he got off light.
لما امتلكنا هذه القدرات. نعم لقد تخلت عنا أمتنا. تخلت عنا أمتنا في اللحظات الحرجة والصعبة. تخلت عنا أمتنا ودعمتنا إيران.
Really got to be careful about what I share with regarding that figure, because I will get banned, as I have before, for sharing a certain group that begins with H and, you know, that whole thing. Okay, cool. We got a Palestine News Network video. Let's check it out.
America first to Israel first. Now let me ask you a question. Sir, America first to Israel first. Excuse me? America first to Israel first.
Why does one have to
No, I want to ask which one first. What do you put first?
What do you prefer?
I put America first.
So do I.
All right, so why you
Why
worried
do
about
you
us?
care
So
about
do I, but you couldn't say it, could you?
Palestinian. I care. I'm Palestinian.
Okay.
My family.
So
My
then you
family's
care-
under occupation. Yes, I
Okay.
care. Okay.
Occupation?
Yes,
Who's
they're under occupation.
Who's occupying?
Yes, America. No, I was just asking him a question.
thanks. You just do
Was
it.
I being
Shut up.
aggressive? Was I being aggressive? All right then. Free Palestine. No, you were. You were. No. Long live Hamas. Long live Hamas.
Free Palestine. No politic, no politic. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. No politic. All right, we're just going through the Discord as we do. Let's take a look at the next link. Day 3, Trump declares success versus Iran, but says the war will continue.
Today is March 2nd, 2026. This is the third day of the United States' war of aggression launched against Iran. And I want to talk about recent developments since my last video. And I'm probably not going to be doing daily.
I'm sorry, but we don't listen to people that are bald with no hair. It's kind of a rule that we have on stream. Please don't send me links to people who are talking that are bald. Let's see. Look, we got Saeed's link here. Let's take a look. How war with Iran ends.
This is exactly how the war with Iran is going to come to an end. This war is not going to end with occupation. You're not going to see the US military marching through the streets of Tehran. This is a war of attrition, which means the goal of both the United States and Iran is to wear down the other side until it is no longer able to keep on fighting. And this is a war that Iran is not going to lose. The reason for this is you have to understand that the Iranian military is a system of cells. Yes, it's a unified military, but even...
I'm not showing my ignorance. I'm showing you these nuts. Okay? Have a lick.
If the Iranian military central command was completely eliminated, the military is divided into separate units that can keep on fighting even as that central command no longer exists. Now, what is the US military good at? Well, the United States military is very effective at carrying out airstrikes and occupying parts of countries, at least initially.
And also bombing schools, hospitals, and residential buildings, of course.
In 1965, the United States was able to enter Vietnam, and in 2003, it was able to take over all
Now,
of
you see, now this is a respectable chatter right here. PRS player, a consistent supporter of the stream, never asks for anything in return, doesn't have any disparaging remarks for the streamer. And look what they do. They gift 5 memberships to the stream. Thank you. Thank you. And may that be a lesson to all you knuckleheads out there that are just here to leave comments, to divide and distract and insult. Right here, all right? You want to insult me? Go ahead. Just send me money as you do it.
Back in less than a month. But America is absolutely terrible at wars of attrition. For instance, look at Vietnam, where tens of thousands of U.S. soldiers...
Anything that's like guerrilla warfare, we just we don't have the parts. We don't have the inputs to figure this out. We can't do what we want to do because we don't understand how to fight guerrilla wars.
Were being killed over nearly a decade. Same thing in Iraq and in Afghanistan. The United States was involved there for almost 2 full decades. And of course, that actually ended up with the Taliban taking over the country and winning the...
Thank you, Obi-Wan. That's a golden rule, and we stand by that for this stream always.
War. But most importantly, you have to also understand that America is actually not a big fan of seeing their own soldiers being killed. Americans don't really care about the other people that they affect, but they do not like seeing their own soldiers coming back to the country in body bags. And this is yet what we're already seeing in this war with Iran.
That's right, Anthony. Not ever since my operation, I got rid of it. By the way, guys, I know I was absent for a few weeks, but the lobotomy was a success. I want you to know. I'm fully rehabilitated. I'm Yisrael Chai.
Today, when I'm filming this video, 3 Americans have already been killed. And as the United States runs out of interceptors to stop Iranian missiles, you're going to see more and more U.S. soldiers being killed and the pressure on ending the war increasing. Now, this pressure...
Dude, why is my cat in his video? Kitty boy. He's got my cat.
Works not because, politicians care or anything like that, but what they do worry about...
I feel like the cat's just judging him. He's like, no, that's not right. He's butchering this. Cats are always so judgmental. Yeah, that's a good point. I should just have a shirt that says, I'm not Zach Galifianakis. Why didn't I think of that? That's such a good idea. That'll put all the rumors to bed. And then I'll buy 2 ferns and put them behind me so I can confuse people.
Is that a foreign war could lead to radical opposition within their own country.
He really does. He really does.
In Vietnam, the fear was...
I'm kind of ashamed that I named my cat Noam Chomsky after this latest tranche of the Epstein files. I'm thinking I might have to change my cat's name from Noam Chomsky to Chairman Meow. I don't know. Y'all got some good names? I need to rename my cat. I can't call him Chomsky pre-Epstein. That's just... It doesn't roll off the tongue. Chomsky pre-Epstein? He doesn't answer to that. Actually, Chomsky's always kind of been a liberal, though, if you think about it, because he's, in the 80s and the 90s, he was, basically parroting State Department talking points about the Soviet Union. Yeah, maybe I should name him Michael Parenti. But that doesn't sound like a good name for a cat, buddy head. I'd like to introduce to you my cat, Michael Parenti. Michael! Giving a cat a human name is always kind of humorous. This is my cat, Richard. Hey, I made my girlfriend laugh, so that's good. Parenti, there you go. Paw Renty. Actually, I think I like Paw Renty. Michael Paw Renty.
Actually, genuinely, that there are now radicals such as the Black Panther parties and other groups that were increasingly seeking out more revolutionary actions.
Yeah, his name's Richard, but he goes by Rich. Thank you. He goes by Dick. That's Dr. Dick. Don't talk to him. He's mean. Name the cat Goy. I think that's the word of the year at this point. 2026 is the year of the Goy. It's not the year of the horse. It's the year of the Goy.
Because of partly, yes, domestic issues, but also because of unpopular wars abroad. And that is exactly how this war in Iran will come to an end. It's not going to come with the defeat of Iran. Rather, it's going to become because they're going
I am not calling my cat Epic Fury, all right?
More and more U.S. soldiers that are being eliminated, and then the war will have to come to an end because of the risk.
Yeah, you're right. That's that energy that we need in the 2026. We're going maxing, baby. We're big timing.
Of serious.
We're taking that power back.
Domestic opposition. So keep the pressure up domestically, I'd say, if you're American. And if you're like this video, please like, share, and comment. I want to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
No, you don't. You just want people to click and leave a comment so that the engagement goes up, so your videos do better, so that you make more money and you can keep doing videos, okay? Just say that. You don't care what people have to say. Unlike this place where I actually do participate in your comments. You see how that is? I'm genuine. I'm authentic. Am I talking myself up too much? I don't know what to make of this, Genghis Khan. Stop fucking? Kilter? What on earth possessed you for $10 to leave this comment? I really need to know. You want me to call my cat like and subscribe? That would be appropriate. I'd probably have a bigger YouTube channel. Oh, we got another Saeed link. Let's take a look.
Reza Pahlavi tweeted condolences for 3 American soldiers who died while they were attacking his country, but he did not say anything as of this video about the over 100 schoolgirls who died because what was likely an American or Israeli missile probably went off course and hit their school.
Cat Atola Khomeini. It's not your best work, Peach Panther, but we'll accept it because it comes with a $10 super. But, you know, we could be a little bit more whimsical, a little bit more funny, and not quite so much of a reach. Okay, I know it's topical. I know it's topical to talk about the Khomeini, all right? But we need better puns. That didn't quite cut the mustard.
I feel like I'm living in backwards land. Iranians are expected to offer condolences and feel sorry for 3 soldiers of a foreign army that is
just killed 160 schoolgirls in Iran. I'll never get over that. Just
any hostile war. We're supposed to feel sorry for people who are attacking our country, but then our own people.
Your best? You tried your best. Look, that only works in horseshoes and hand grenades, all right?
Who are killed by those enemies, by those foreigners, by Israeli missiles. He offers no words of support. Probably we should just keep quiet about it and take it as a cost of winning this regime change war so that he can have.
Now that would be an appropriate name. I could get on with that one.
Have his peacock throne on a destroyed country in a destroyed capital city of Tehran. I feel like I'm living in backwards land. He offers condolences.
I mean, we all are, dude. Everyone is living in upside down world. It's bizarro world. We say it every time we stream. Goys together strong.
You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. So,
is this a documentary on the Rothschilds?
That when money is to be sent from here to London, let us say, you won't have to risk life and gold. Hampshire, here in Frankfurt, will just send a letter to Nathan in London saying, pay so-and-so. and that will be offset by loans from London to Frankfurt. Understand? Yes.
Ah, yes, money laundering. Perfect. Hand rubbing intensifies. These fuckers over here are hand rub maxing. Speaking of maxing.
In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe.
Papa, you mustn't talk anymore. The doctor.
I'm giving advice to
What a nice old man. Thank you, Jewish Santa Claus.
our sons, Mama, that the doctor cannot give. Remember, unity.
Remember, let the Goyim deal in the real world. The Jew shall make money through shipping futures. We will speculate on the future of the economy.
All your lives you must stand by one another. No
They're all like huddled over this dude.
one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds.
The Rothschilds. Yeah, so that's actually kind of true. That all did really happen. As we've come to learn. Kelly Marie, thank you for that super. I watched a video of an Iranian father holding the balloon. I saw that video. In fact, I showed up on my feed while we were live on stream, and I had to quickly skip over it because it's a very awful video. But yes, let's weep for the 3 soldiers who helped to facilitate it. Exactly my point. Thank you. Okay, some of these videos, as it happens, we've seen before. This is just a hilarious. I don't like AI, okay? But this is really funny to me. Wait, not that. Shit. I got to go into Instagram just a second. I like how they're like basically behaving like little kids, but they're super serious. We gotta watch it one more time. I thought, okay, Trump's about to blow BB. That's par for the course. We've seen that. But then, plot twist, nope. Get on all fours, bitch. Let me ride you like donkey. There, speaking of cattle goy, or goy cattle, here you go. Yeah, no, I got it. Kittler. You know, you didn't have to say, oh, no, that was in reference to Cat's name. I think that's pretty obvious. And also, shame on you. Shame. But I'll take your money. All right, you guys are posting a few more videos. Let me just make sure we didn't skip over anybody. Let's see, did we see this already? Yeah, we saw that. That's in, I think that was in Jerusalem. Yeah. $20 to just explain it. Benjamin Zio Claus is making a list if you condemn Hamas or not. He knows when you're awake because of Palantir. Yeah. True that.
Courage. Now, today, a clear symbol came from the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, during a call with President Trump. He was pictured with a book titled Allies at War, which described the Allies' victory over
for real, gang. Stop doing all that. You're doing too much.
Nazi Germany. Joining us now, he is the host of Life, Liberty, and Levin, right here on the Fox.
Life, Liberty, and Levin. We gotta get Khomeini. How do you like my Mark Levin accent? Impersonation.
Fox News Channel, I call him the great one, Mark Levin. You know, Mark, you were on the show last night, and we were talking about the difference between...
Dude, that is a lot of forehead skin, don't you think? That dude has a fucking 4 head. He's got a 5 and a 6 head, maybe even a 7 head.
President Trump and some people on the left. And President Trump has this very keen sense of history.
Mark Levin always looks so cartoonish to me.
You are a historian. And we
Mark Levin is a historian. And I'm the fucking Pope.
talked about the last century and Mao in China and Stalin in Russia.
Oh, yeah. Let's ask Mark Levin for his critical analysis of Chairman Mao and Stalin and Lenin. I'm sure whatever he has to say is going to be real objective and accurate, right?
Hitler in Germany and Mussolini and fascism and Tojo in Japan and Pol Pot in the killing fields. And I think through the prism of history.
So what they're trying to do is manufacture consent for their audience to conflate Ayatollah Khomeini with the likes of genocidal dictators like Pol Pot or Chairman Mao or Stalin or Lenin, all these, awful dictators.
Donald Trump.
By the way, Pol Pot was literally created by the CIA. You do realize that, right? But yet we cite him as like, oh, he was bad. He was bad. But that's because he was funded by the CIA, you silly clowns.
This last 21 hours is going to be judged as having seen the world at its potential worst if this regime, this Nazi fascist regime, ever would have achieved their goal, their ambition of nuclear weapons. And I want to get your thoughts specifically on that.
Yep, they never mentioned Kissinger. They never mentioned Churchill. They never mentioned Truman, who's the only president to order the dropping of 2 nuclear bombs on another country. We could go through the list. Every president is a war criminal, obviously.
Donald Trump did what nobody else could do for half a century.
Donald Trump.
I'm going to try to work on my impersonation of him because I think it's funny.
Donald Trump could do what no other president could do in the last half century.
How do you like that? And you know why he did it? Because he loves his country. You know why he did it? Because he's humane. He saw people slaughtered and he wanted to put an end to it. That's why he did it. Now, it's time that we Americans have to come to grips with something. We have a party in this country, the Democrat Party, that hates the country. Here we are in the middle of a spectacular, humane peace mission where people were being slaughtered. They were being slaughtered right up to the minute we attacked them. We've been talking about it. They've slaughtered our soldiers.
Here he goes. You can tell his tone is rising. He's starting to ramp up. It's going to get real shrill here in a second.
They've slaughtered our citizens, our embassy personnel. They come into our country and try and assassinate.
He always, whenever he gets real excited, he starts to force the words through his nose when he starts talking like this.
People. They're the biggest promoters of terrorism, and the Democrats immediately knee-jerk.
I mean, this is a fucking 10-minute clip. How much do you want to bet by the end of this clip he's fucking foaming at the mouth with genocidal rhetoric?
They defend the terrorists, like they defend the illegal aliens and the criminals. There's something wrong with that party. That at a time we should be celebrating the most spectacular military act I've ever seen.
Here we go.
You guys are so unappreciative of what Donald Trump is doing for the country.
These boomers are so frustrated that they're losing control of the narrative.
And he's gone in 20 hours? While their president, Biden, was funding.
The Ayatollah Khomeini was gone in 20 hours and then was replaced by the Ayatollah Khomeini.
The Iranians, billions of dollars, while Obama was paying.
Yeah, that's right, Eric. I like that metaphor. I use that a lot. The extinction burst. We're witnessing the extinction burst of empire. We're witnessing the extinction burst of Israel.
Paving the way for them to have nuclear weapons. Donald Trump loves this country.
I knew he would start yelling. It's his whole thing. Nobody's even talking to him. He'll just work himself up in a tizzy.
Knows right from wrong. And we've had a real psyop going on in this country
Oh my God, dude. He's yelling so loudly.
10 years against this man, where they try and pretend he's the authoritarian, he's the dictator. No,
He might be a dictator, but you're the dick taker. And that dick is fully kosher, Mark. And it's plugged up your booty hole right now. That's why you sound so shrill.
they are. They talk about the War Powers Act of 1973. Anybody who is a serious constitutional lawyer knows that act is unconstitutional.
Oh my God.
I see all these lawyers writing these pieces like they're smart. They're dumb.
Oh. I know you are, but what am I? Says Mark Levine.
And every administration, Republican and Democrat, has questioned it, but they haven't brought it to the Supreme Court because neither the Congress or the president wants a resolution. When you have Schumer, who's basically sliding and walking and
Oh my God. Schumer is like the worst fucking dyed-in-the-wool Zionist that there possibly could be. I mean, this is what they do, by the way. They try to, it's the Overton window. They try to, paint the controlled opposition as if there's some extreme radical caricature of what they actually represent. And then they attack that straw man to, like I said, induce consent among the audience to think that this democracy thing is really being strived for and argued about.
even all of a sudden he's excited because it can cripple our armed forces in the middle of a war that they're winning. That's what Schumer's doing. Schumer, who supported.
You said today was pasta. Why are we eating pickled pizza? God damn it.
The Obama nuclear plan, and they would have nuclear weapons today. That's Schumer. Then I see these other people say, Trump has
kind of taken a life on its own, and it's become a part of the stream now.
Made the case. Trump hasn't made the case. He made the case in 8 minutes. Overwhelming. But why do we need anybody to make the case?
Oh my God, it's even worse. Like I thought maybe he would, do some foreplay first before he starts orgasming.
Case. Do you have eyes? Do you have ears? Are you an American citizen?
I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't listen to that clown. He's the worst. Yeah, he's got to learn pacing. It's just the whole vibes is like you're losing and you're outraged. And everything is slipping. And he's sort of the attack dog for the Epstein class. A verbal attack dog, I should say. He couldn't fight for shit. Here, look, here's Chuck Schumer, by the way. Speak of the devil.
Let's talk a little bit about Israel.
Look at that nice little bra pad he's got. That's nice.
Because I know that is something we all care about. Shomer Yisrael. It's one of the most important things I do, to watch.
Yeah, he's the watchman, guys. Shomer, it goes way back, okay, to ancient Babylonian times, apparently. But Shomer means watchman. And when they came to the Isle of what's the Ellis Island? That's what it is. When his ancestors got to Ellis Island, they had to change it from Shoma to Shuma. And he's Shoma Israel. He's the watchman for Israel. This is what a sitting U.S. senator from New York says. He's not here for being the watchman for Americans, the people that he's actually employed by. He's Shomer Israel. He's the watchman for a foreign country. Thank you, Chuck.
The guardian of Israel. First and foremost, Barack Obama has been a supporter and a believer in Israel from before he was in the Senate. You can look it up and see the record. And you know who got him started in politics? Not in the presidential. That's everyone, as I said, says the right thing. But before that, it was the two leading Jewish families of Chicago.
Chicago.
Most Americans This is the extent of most Americans' cognitive understanding of geopolitics. It's like a Marvel comic book. It's like a cartoon.
שבת בבוקר, יום יפה, אמא שותה המון קפה, אפשר ללכת לירקון ולשוט שם בסירה, או לטייל לצוף החוף ולשוב
I think we've seen this already.
בחזרה.
פעם ראשונה שלך פה?
הייתי בתל דוב, חצור.
Yeah, this is an old. I mean, it looks old. We know it's old, but we've seen it before. Here's some redacted files, video files from Epstein. What the hell is going on here? He's ringing a bell. Oh, touching the inner thigh. That was weird.
Yeah, you find Japanese boy.
What?
It doesn't work.
Dude, this is so weird. Weird and sick and creepy. Yeah. It's still going? It's weird. Jeffrey Epstein dancing in rare footage. Same thing with my cat. Alex, I got the joke. What do you mean, the Smurf thing? I don't know what you're talking about. The video we just watched, I completely understand what the joke was. I don't need anybody to explain it to me. Least of all, some guy named Alex. You heard internet is cut in Iran. All right, let's just do a recap. We're entering into the 4th hour on a Sunday night stream, which I don't normally do, but these are unprecedented times. Let's go back to X, Twitter. Nobody calls it X, except for me when I just did. A U.S. base in Turkey has been hit. First footage of strikes on the U.S. Incirlik Air Base in Turkey. So I guess Turkey, now we can add Turkey to the list of countries that Iran has attacked in the past 24 hours.
Evet, şu an çatışmalar bir hayli şiddetlendi. Duman yükseliyor. Duman bu noktada aynı zamanda şiddetli çatışmaları yaşandığını da ifade edelim.
Whatever, can't really see much out of that. Reuters is reporting that U.S. officials are skeptical of regime change in Tehran after Khamenei killing. Yeah, you don't say. What clued you in on that, pray tell? Could it have been the barrage of missiles that are still being fired into Israel right now and across military bases in the Middle East? Gosh. The U.S. martyred the highest religious authority in Shia Islam, a religion renowned for the celebration of martyrs. Yet the U.S. thought this would result in the collapse of the government. Who are informing these people? It's a good post by Glenn. All right, Thugbone, thank you for hanging out with us. Get some rest so you can be fresh and ready to greet the new day. Thank you for supporting, and thank you for the gifted subscriptions you've supplied the stream. That is most appreciative. You're a true friend. We'll see you again tomorrow, because we'll be streaming again at the same time in the same bat place. The best bone. All right, Saeed, fine. You know what? I'm not going to even fight you anymore. All right. Thug bone is better than me. I'll admit it. I don't know why we have to be weirdly competitive with each other. But such as it is. So Lebanon is now being attacked by Israel, and Hezbollah appears to have joined the fight. This war is quickly spreading, and the assumption of escalation control is a dangerous delusion. So you can see a bunch of explosions. That's Lebanon being attacked by Israel. Looks like Beirut, I guess. Trump's legacy in one picture, says this poster. Iran bombed the main Palestinian hospital in Jerusalem. I'm now waiting for the outrage from every... Yeah, okay, sure. I don't believe Zionists. Iran really did a number on these guys. Unbelievable flex, and it's just day one, says Richard Medhurst from an hour ago. So have they even unleashed... Like, I guess they have unleashed hypersonic missiles, but they haven't released their their most recent iteration. There is Bahrain. Yeah, Richard Medhurst is based as fuck. We love him. Massive U.S. airstrikes are reportedly hitting the city of Sanandaj in Iran right now. No military bases there, only a civilian area. Well, of course. Because the whole idea is to destroy the country. Duh. Pentagon just threw Trump under the bus and tells Congress no sign that Iran was going to attack U.S. first. This is a great video. Look, pray for us. No, I'm going to pee on you. Piss on you. Pee-pee and poo-poo. Daniel Hanukkah. Motherfuckers like pray for us. Let me see my comment. I said, eat shit and die, baby killer. 26,000 likes. It's literally the best, most liked comment. Yes. I do it for the glory. No, not really. Thank you, TN. Yeah, the DPRK model is the only way forward. Now we see why Kim Jong-un was so adamant about getting those nuclear weapons. Here is Tulsi Gabbard. Trump conducted and committed an act of war without congressional
That's
authority.
exactly what Trump did. He conducted and committed an act of war without congressional authority, seriously escalating the situation with Iran. And so now we're at a point of it's not a matter of, well, are we going to have a war with Iran? We are in a war with Iran right now. So the real issue is, are we going to allow this war to continue to escalate? And if so, for how long? And to achieve what objective?
How long will this stream go on for, Mr. Bubbers? I'm going to go ahead and say that it's going to go on as long as it needs to until your mother texts me and tells me it's time for dinner. Just waiting for that call. Ha Red says, Israeli propaganda isn't fooling anyone except Israelis. The IDF just told the world it's about to bomb a bunch of residential buildings in Tehran, claiming the IRGC has a private headquarters there. Have you seen this? They're just saying, yeah, just like with Hamas, just like with Palestine. Yeah, these hospitals, they also said one of the hospitals that they bombed was housing like it was like a command center for the IRGC. It's literally the same song and dance as Palestine. It is. It's all they know how to do. And I said it before. I'll say it again. They know only one tactic. Then I wouldn't even call it a strategy. It's called the Dahaya Doctrine. It's the tried and true method of the Chosenites to establish, I don't know, their psychopathic, wet dream, revenge fantasy project for the greater state of Israel. And they only know how to terrorize and punish and humiliate civilians in order to force a political goal. Now, what does that sound like? That would be terrorism. That is what that is. That's literally the definition of terrorism. To inflict violence on civilians and civilian infrastructure in order to force a political objective. And that is 1,000% what Israel is doing right now in Iran. But nobody wants to see it that way, you know? That's why we say we live in an upside down world. Resistance to terrorism is classified as terrorism. And terrorism is just classified as freedom, democracy, liberation. We're liberating those Iranian women by bombing their children. Something doesn't add up. Something stinks. And I think you know what it is. It's the Gerald R. Turd, of course. All right, let's hop into, the holy foreskin of Jesus Christ. I mean, only on this stream would you ever see shit like this. What in the hell? And this is on YouTube? And when 8 days had passed before his circumcision, his name was then called Jesus. I wish only 8 days had passed for my circumcision instead of getting it 36 years in. That was painful. And I just want to put a disclaimer out there. If you're going to get a circumcision, don't do it as an adult. And I want my foreskin back, actually. I got a bad deal. So to the Las Vegas biolab that is currently housing my foreskin in a freezer, I want it back. I'm going to get it. It's the last thing I do. All right, let's hop into the space one last time and see what they're talking about before we sign off here.
Show your boys some affection. Let's try and boost this YouTube channel so we can get the information out to everybody in real time, in real information. I only got 70 people who've done that, guys. Come on, we've got between the two things, we've got 6,000 people. I'm sure we can get like at least 10% of the people to open up a tab for us. Appreciate it. We're gonna wait for more information on the Saudi Aramco oil facility, whether it's hit or not. But yeah, we'll give you more information on that. Sorry, back to you, Adam. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, I was just saying while you were speaking, Adam.
How about you shut the fuck up and stop being a punk ass bitch, Ryan? I already told you everything that I talk about on stream is not verified. It's not confirmed. We're in the fog of fucking war, okay? I'm going through posts that are popular, that are going viral on Twitter, news reports. No one knows conclusively what are accurate information. I already gave you the disclaimer, you little turd burglar. So quit acting like this is something that it isn't.
For ICE in Minneapolis. I mean, he shut them down because of the outrage, right? So that was 2 people killed on video. wasn't good optics, and he shut down a bunch of
Bro, shut up, dude. I told you, I'll give her back when I'm done with her. You guys don't have any respect for me and the love that I share with your mother. One last look at Al Jazeera.
To that killing as a very strong ally of Iran, but that they should not be delving into more than that. Yet you have, on the other hand, the other analysts who are saying that maybe that's exactly what Israel had wanted. That's exactly what Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wanted, who has already been talking about wanting to retaliate against Hezbollah, saying it's refusing to disarm, saying that the party has been also stocking up on weapons during the ceasefire.
I'm not sure, Sick Shot.
Let's not forget that while the ceasefire was in place, it was Hezbollah that stuck to its end of the bargain by not sending any missiles or firing any rockets towards Israel, while Israel kept...
Look at that. Beit Shemesh. Looking great in the top right corner there. Way to go. Look at this. Tel Aviv, Beit Shemesh. Great success.
Continuously its reaction. But as far as we've been seeing now, the Israeli army has intensified its strikes. The Israeli army's chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, saying that the army and people should be prepared for many, many days of fighting. So all of that is something that we'll be waiting to see.
Oh my
But
God,
if
you
we were
noticed.
to talk about the Iranian
You noticed what I did there. That's so great, Super Garble.
front,
You're so smart.
this morning we've seen at least 3 waves of Iranian
It is
strikes
nice.
headed towards central.
God, I hate that guy too, though. Sacha Baron Cohen. Remember when we thought he was cool? Nope. Fuck that guy. Spreading Islamophobic screed propaganda.
And northern Israel, we've seen, we've heard really very loud noises of impact that could be potentially voices of interception or could be of rockets. But interestingly or not, the Israeli ambulance service has said that it registered and recorded no injuries, just 9 people as they were making...
And all of the things that you're saying about him is true. And I'll just add to you that he's also a CIA cutout. Apparently, all of his movies were funded by the CIA.
their way to the
And
protected
he's propped up by the CIA.
and fortified places. So it remains to be seen whether these
I know, his last name's Cohen. What a coincidence.
3 waves of rockets have succeeded in penetrating the Israeli defense systems or caused any damage. This is something that we'll likely know in the next few hours.
Yeah, on that, Nida, I'm just wondering, is it possible to gauge the degree of response that's coming into Israel from Iran in terms of the numbers? Have been people surprised by the quantity or otherwise of what's coming in?
Well, Nick, first of all, we should point out that for 9 hours almost, the rockets from Iran had taken a break, and then they picked up early in the morning. And it's hard to tell how much damage has...
Hey, Israel, remember how yesterday went? That whole thing? Yeah. Today now. Again. Yeah. Yeah. And then after today, tomorrow too. And then also the next day. And the day after that, Israel. Yeah. Yep. We're going to get touched. Oh, and also a week from now, we'll still be at this. It's not going to stop. Yeah. That sucks.
Announced
for you.
only later. And now we...
Well, Israel, all I can say is that it sucks to suck. And you really, you suck.
We don't have information about the number of casualties, but it seems to be that it was difficult hits this morning. I'm just gauging from the sounds that we've heard.
Yeah, maybe next month, but then maybe not, actually. We'll probably still be going at it. We've got a lot of time to make up for it. It's been 3,000 years.
impacts made louder noises than usual.
Got a lot of ground to cover.
All right, that's Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah. Well, a top Iranian official has rejected Donald Trump's claims that Tehran is seeking negotiations.
We've heard, anywhere from 20,000 to 200,000 of these hypersonic missiles. And, there's different classes, and some are more recent and more, technologically advanced than others. But no, I don't think anybody knows for sure, for certain, just how much. But yeah, we do know, like Pipe Cartel is saying, they can make a couple hundred. I heard they could make like 100 per month. But you're saying 300? Yeah, I know. Hopefully 200,000. That would be more than enough. But as soon as I think, the 12-day war ended, they started like kicking up the missile production in hyperdrive, from what I heard.
When it comes to the trajectory of diplomatic engagement with the United States, the first one dates back to
and the Russians and the Chinese as well, of course.
June.
Yeah, you wonder how, like Glenn was saying, it's like there's really no escalation ladder here. We're not climbing up the escalation ladder. It's just all-out war. And Iran, to its credit, it made good on its promise. It said it was going to do this. It's doing it. And they're trying to establish deterrence. If they don't do this, they're going to be destroyed. And I think they understand that, and that's why they're all in. It's an existential battle. So it's really actually crazy, because this could. I mean, I hate to use the word escalate, because I just said we're not escalating, but it could. There could be no ladder. It could just be 1 to 11. 1 to 100. But hey, the stock market's booming. The Dow's up. The NASDAQ is up. The S&P 500, I'm told, was at 7K, and that is beautiful. Beautiful. I'm so happy I don't have health care. I want to take it a step further. I'm glad that I don't have health care, and I want my health care money to be used on the Israelites. They deserve the health care. I'm just trying to be a good Shabbat Goy for them.
And the rhetoric, indeed, that we hear from the Iranian side about the continuation of the retaliatory strikes, of which we just received a statement from IRGC, or the Revolutionary Guards, on the initiation of a...
Sadly, no, Ace. Nothing else matters. And really the Dow doesn't matter. It's really just Israel. The Dow was just something to throw out there just to distract you from the Epstein files. Piers Morgan is talking about me. Where do you see that?
Tense
I don't think so.
wave of retaliatory actions.
All right, from Tehran to Washington, D.C., and President Trump says the United States will continue to strike Iran.
These actions are right, and they are necessary to ensure that America...
No way. Brian Tyler Cohen. What a coincidence. We were just talking about the Cohens. Can you send me a link to that? Brian Tyler Cohen just called me an anti-Semite on his latest video. Is that true? He's got a big audience. He's much bigger than I am. What an honor. Yeah, I know. Thank you. This is great. Let's farm this content. Yeah, I don't believe you, though. Actually, that'd be pretty good, because then like people will be like, "Oh, who's this guy?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, that's me."
In the aftermath of Trump's bombing of Iran, he made the following announcement.
Earlier today...
Why would Brian Tyler Cohen talk about me? Why isn't he talking about more important things?
CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
You're probably right. I know. Timestamp on that. Yeah, where is that? I don't believe it. Liars. He doesn't even know who I am. It's fake news, guys. All right, because you guys debated me so maliciously, so malevolently, so Machiavellianly. What other word can I say? I'm offensed. I'm offensed by you. How dare you lie to me? Anyway, guys, I am, Brian Tyler Cohen's a Democratic shill. He's like he rides hard. He's riding with Biden still. Okay, guys. All right, I'm
say starting from midnight.
I'm upset. I'm frustrated that you guys would lie to me like that. And I hold you in contempt, by the way. I award you no points. And may God have mercy on your soul. I think with that being said, guys, we hit the 4-hour mark a little while ago. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really sincerely appreciate that. I love this community. I love you guys. I try to work hard and prepare each night, each day. And so that, when it's time to stream, I'm trying to keep you guys informed. And so if you guys keep showing up, I'll keep doing that as well. So we'll be back tomorrow, Monday night, same time, same place. It'll be day 3. We're entering day 3 of this new war. I'm sure there'll be more to cover. I'm sure as soon as I log off, there's going to be like all these breaking new headlines, and I'm going to be up for hours. But thanks for hanging out with me for a little bit, and we'll see you again real soon, okay? Have a great night. Peace and love, everyone. Bye.